Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Thing to Mention with Dan and Bob Video Games.
Bob, you remember to bring the intro, right?
The what?
Chris Wolfhard.
Fell for it again.
And Dr. Aggro.
Owning studios is cringe anyway.
Here on GigaBoots.
So, I think it came out since last big thing that apparently the very first version of Avowed was a Destiny, but Skyrim.
Okay, when you say but Skyrim, you just mean like aesthetics, right?
Yeah, that's...
Presumably this was a
Presumably
random
that's-
pitch, so
This was apparently what their first pitch was.
Yeah, to me that information felt like, let's make some shit up that'll get us bought. Like, hey, Microsoft, you're real stupid. We're making, imagine Destiny, but it's Skyrim.
One moment. There is shit in my pants, and I don't know who put them there during you saying that. What was it? Jason Schreier wrote that article about how originally the early pitches were that.
I think so.
And then it was like, you want to mention how they ended up with so little money? you want to maybe?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, we'll just leave that to everyone's imagination.
Okay, cool, great. Go right ahead. I guess they fell and left. It was like It's a Wonderful Life. Obsidian left their wallet. They put some money in an envelope, right? And then this old evil man showed up and he took it. And that man's name was Phil Spencer.
Robert E. Microsoft.
Robert E. Microsoft. The Confederate General?
Yes.
You know, obviously Microsoft doing what they did isn't good, but when you watch them do it to like 5 other studios, it's like, we'll take a deal with Microsoft. It's like,
I feel like by the time that happened to Obsidian, I feel like maybe, just maybe, they didn't have enough time. Maybe there wasn't a precedent yet. I'm trying to think. What do you think, Bob?
I'm trying to remember because it was so far back. Because the first time that Microsoft screwed them over was quite a while ago. That was, God, I feel like right after New Vegas, but I can't quite place it. So it was
I'm
very
pretty
early
sure
on.
it was their project right after New Vegas.
And of course, they did it again. Well, Bethesda did it to them the second time, right before they got bought out. Cool industry you got, bro.
Cool industry. You ever have to manage a timer in the middle of your podcast you're trying to get started?
No. I guess I'm just privileged.
Bob's like, I would just start a stream and not know if the timer girl's dead. I made a lot of money doing that. Damn.
People like the mystery.
Yeah, they love having these panic attacks over a person who doesn't exist. Anyways, hey, what's up? We played some really great video games last week.
We did.
The news felt like it had to counterbalance. I am not a fan of the news. Is there anyone who's like, I'm a fan of the news? Is that a person?
Huey Lewis fans?
Oh. Yeah, okay.
white people over 60.
No, because the news makes them angry all the time.
They like that.
They tune into Fox News, and Fox News is like, a black kid is walking near your lawn, and then they run to the window. They're like, oh! And then it turned out to be fake. But when they get back, they're like, and trans people will kill you. They're like, holy shit, I believe this one, even though that last one was patently false. Man.
It wasn't true, but it could have been, which really says a lot about our society.
Exactly. Exactly. It really says a lot that I fell for it again.
I need to get like that part of that old episode of The Simpsons where they cover Milhouse in bumper stickers and shove him down the hill in the shopping cart and just edit it so he's entombed in Fell for It Again awards.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
It's fine. Other than news.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, don't. We got other stuff to talk about.
So I've been on this weird like street corn journey, this elote journey, somewhere between that and a Korean street food corn recipe.
Mm-hmm.
And only recently did I go, I should just put my hot sauce marinated grilled chicken, like shredded chicken in this. And that is a damn good fucking tasty meal for a given what level of fucking cryptid, like you see me make it, you go, this is like somehow even lower than a human who makes the walking taco. You just look like a freak right now. And I'm like, I don't care.
What's wrong with a walking taco?
I'm just saying, if you came into someone's house and you saw them on a regular basis making and eating a walking taco, you'd probably be like, you make anything, you eat anything else recently?
Be like, do you make funnel cake too? That'd be kind of based.
You're like, is this some sort of carnival I've wandered into? 1 second. Can I get gator kebab here? I didn't notice the the mullet festival sign on the way in. It's really fucking good. I will continue to explore more in this space. The number one thing you need to take from this podcast all day, you can ignore everything else. The number one thing you need to take is everyone should try Cotija, because
oh yes, Cotija is very delicious.
it's so good, man. Everyone's life would be so much better if they just tried it. Agro, have you ever tried Cotija?
That's like an electric car, right?
Yes. Have you ever tried that electric car?
Can't say as I have.
It is, if you don't know, it is a hard, crumbly Mexican cheese. You can get it like ground into a powder in most stores now. I think
it's like your grated Parmesan, but it's a Mexican cheese.
Okay.
And it's really fucking good. It's so powdery.
Yeah, I put
nice.
it on. Yeah, I put it on all my like tacos and stuff because it has such a salty, savory flavor.
Yeah, it's powerful. It's really, really good.
So it's kind of like feta-y, I assume?
Not quite.
I don't know if it's
Okay.
a goat cheese.
It's not quite there. Somewhere between
Yeah,
Parmesan and feta.
Okay.
We'll just put it squarely in the
Yeah.
middle. But no, it's
Like-
literally granule size.
Mhm.
Like much
Okay.
closer to the parm.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
the grated parm. That stuff's awesome. It's really good. Everyone legitimately try it in case you haven't. Something I haven't tried that's been sitting in my fridge all week because Tosh found out what Spiff's been buying and eating. Cake in a can.
What?
$6.
What?
$6 at a gas station.
Oh my god.
Spiff says, I
Christ.
bought one. It's true, but you were there the next time she went, and you were like, I ate it, and I didn't die. So now it's just in my fridge every time I see.
Is it can cake? Does it have
mean,
a big circle on it?
I can go get it and remove this mystery. We don't.
Yes,
need to,
please do. I need to see the can cake.
Yeah, it looks like a can of soda. Like, it's weird. I didn't see
I've
inside
seen
of it.
Canned brown bread before.
Yeah, I assume it would be kind of like that with a sort of canned bread.
So this is what it looks like. As you can see, it's just, and I'll cut to the
Okay, so it is the
cam.
one that the Google image search cooked up.
Yes, it's literally labeled can cake.
Can cake.
Like pancake, but can cake. Now, as I recall from Spiff's description, the top layer, or maybe I glanced in and it looked like it, the top layer is just frosting. Like you can't see any of the cake part. It's just thick layer of frosting on top. I'm just gonna leave this here for a moment and test myself, see if I can avoid eating my girlfriend's cake in a can. That sounded weird. I don't know.
This doesn't seem that bad as like a novelty thing. If you bought it too much, you'd be like the guy's like, man, I can't get enough of this. Buy a $8 container of Dippin' Dots at gas station.
Yeah, $6 for this is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's tiny.
It's so small. Not that any like if it was bigger, that wouldn't be like, oh, now it's smart to buy a $6 can.
I don't know.
of
What if
cake.
you can buy? What if you can buy like a 2-quart can like from a fucking Costco?
Oh my god, I want a whole birthday cake.
Is it still $6? One moment.
Sure, why not? Fucking knock yourself out.
Hell yeah. That sounds great. I need to stop staring at this. We're going to put that over there for a moment. I'm able to look over there. I just realized as I stare at it slightly off screen. Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
Do you think Devil May Cry 3 is a good video game?
I do. It is actually a good video game, I believe.
The truth is out there. Bob, will you tell the class about Devil May Cry 3?
It's kind of hard to say anything novel about Devil May Cry 3. It's still the best action game ever made, and it came out, God, 20 years ago now.
Yep.
I think 21.
No, 2005.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It wasn't 4?
No.
Okay. It was just
Man.
early 5?
Yeah.
Capcom released DMC 3 and Resident Evil 4 in the same year. Just pack it up, everybody else.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay, because this year they're going to release Monster Hunter Wilds and Pragmata.
I was like, they ain't released anything else this year.
Hey, I think Resident Evil 9's probably this year.
They might be holding that. It's hiding that. Yeah.
There might be that
nice.
DMC thing that the Dan Southworth spoiled.
I feel like that'll
Usually-
get announced, but
Usually the Dan Southward spoiler comes years in advance of them announcing the thing. That's weird. Chat just wrote Pragmata, ha ha ha, with nothing else there. Why are they laughing? What does that mean? Worth noting, Pragmata was so distant, such a wispy element, that it didn't even make our most anticipated. We didn't bring it up once during Game of the Year. Not once.
I feel like one of the conversations in Game of the Year was about how Pragmata wasn't there and wasn't considered.
I had that conversation with you right after we were done editing it, so it couldn't sneak its way into Game of the Year.
Okay.
Yeah. Man, Pragmata really did become the next Deep Down.
It did. We kind of called it. when
Hopefully
it
it'll
was
actually
announced,
come
but-
out. Maybe. It's not gonna.
With its gripping proposition of what if we ray traced a video game and you had an astronaut suit and it was a third-person shooter? There's no way they would possibly cancel that.
Yeah, it looked like they had so many ideas.
Yeah, like a little girl and space.
Hologram cat.
Space.
Space! Hey, everybody. Devil May Cry 3 is all right. I guess it's okay. I mean, if you don't have anything better to do, I guess you could play Devil May Cry 3. Do you know how much they sell that for by itself?
I want to say 20 or 25, something like
Okay.
that. We played the Switch version, which adds a bunch of cool stuff. You can switch between styles on the D-pad, and you have all the guns and swords equipped at once, and you cycle through them with L2 and R2, which can be a little bit of a hassle.
Sir, ZL and ZR, thank you. Thank you. This is important.
Those are probably the least respected names for those buttons in gaming. I feel like right trigger, left trigger is way more known than ZR, ZL. Maybe that's just me.
Z left and Z right.
Wow. We found a way to wrap it with one more layer that Bob will not respect.
You can play it without any of that stuff, though. If you just want to play classic original recipe without the bonuses, you can just play that too.
Cool.
So that's cool. It's a neat way to be able to play it officially like that instead of having to mod it to do that. Now just port this version to other consoles. Because it also loads way faster. It loads like instantly.
Yeah, it's effectively not loading, which is what's fucking crazy about it.
Right.
Every other version has to load all the time. What the hell?
I don't know.
Why would the Switch version of all versions be the definitive version? It doesn't even. I don't. It doesn't even have anisotropic filtering. Like, what the hell? I think with the power of the PS5 Pro, we could probably do some anisotropic filtering, make it look a little better.
They just need to treat Devil May Cry like 1 through 3, just like they do Resident Evil 4, and actually do like re-releases of it constantly. Like, it's a new console.
They're doing that. They're remaking it.
No,
so that's a part of the covenant.
No,
I'm sorry, you got that end, not the other end. But yeah, no, that Devil May Cry 3 is a really great video game. Just fantastic. Really love that game. It's a really good action game. There is no boss as bad in Devil May Cry 3 as every boss in Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah. Ninja Gaiden, like I mentioned this on the last podcast, that those bosses are bad.
I would rather fight I'd rather fight the flying worm from Devil May Cry 3 than any boss. Yes, the Gigapede.
The Gigapede.
I'd rather fight him than any Ninja Gaiden boss.
What? You don't like Worm or 2 Worms?
No, I don't like Worm or 2 Worms or Fire Worm.
Honestly, the Worm fights are more enjoyable than most in that game.
At least, the Mirai fight's pretty good.
Hey, that's kind of neat.
It's also, like, as I'm watching it again as an adult, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's just fucking random.
Yeah, no.
Truly fucking random.
Sometimes his AI is just like, I will do this move that will almost certainly kill you instantly. 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I feel like you guys should at some point do Sigma just to see, because I beat Sigma. I wouldn't have beaten it if it was black.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that it might be what I used to think, and then it was kind of gaslit by the rest of the fandom of like, no, Sigma was just better in pretty much every regard. But everyone kept yelling, no, black is the one.
They're like, it's too black, too strong.
Yeah, it's like, maybe that you guys are just sadists, and this is not good difficulty at all.
I have to wonder.
I don't remember, like, that. I didn't even remember that you fight evil samuraiman.
Oh, you didn't
Which I feel
Doku?
like I would have remembered if I was filtered by him for 2 hours or more.
Admittedly, Devil May Cry doesn't have a thing in the intro where it goes the Dark Dragon Blade and then goes da-dong. So, like, it could learn a couple things from Ninja Gaiden. Like, for example, what if we scanned in photos of bricks and then that was our brick texture?
It looked great, man.
It looks so cutting edge. One moment, I'm sending an important text. Can I eat some of the canned cake?
She's like, no, that is never to be opened.
That would, that wouldn't surprise me.
It's a sacred artifact.
No, it belongs in a museum, as in our fridge. She's gonna come running out of there angry, like, no, you can't fucking eat that. Oh, she says, I can't eat that. Hey, Bob, can you continue to describe one of the most important and well-made action games of all time while I eat this cake that comes from a can?
Jesus. So Ninja Gaiden Black, the best boss fight in it is against a skeleton dragon. When it happens, you probably aren't thinking that. You're probably like, yeah, this is just the boss of this area. But it's like the only fight that's like, hey, we've integrated the use of the jumping and the way your dodges work. And it feels like it's made for this game at all, instead of just being kind of almost a Dark Souls fight of like, oh yeah, just wait out until you can get a couple hits in and then pray. And hope they don't do anything too devastating.
Oh, thank God. I thought the whole thing was frosting at first.
That still doesn't look good.
The cake doesn't look that different from the frosting top.
So how is it, Dan?
You ever taste frosting from like a grocery store? Like frosting that comes in like a cup?
Oh, like just
One of those,
pre-made?
like, yeah, Duncan Hines style. Imagine you added more preservatives.
Oh.
The cake is stale? That can't be right. Right?
Yeah, it's in a can.
Right? That's
It's
kind of...
going to be stale or it's going to be wet. Pick your poison.
Wet. Every time.
Yeah, I thought it would be wet too.
Yeah, I thought it would be very, very wet, and that would be... Spiff says my cake was wet.
Uh-oh.
Did you stir it?
I don't think I'm supposed to.
Did you shake it before you opened it?
No, I didn't shake it. Am I eating spoiled food live on
You
site?
might be.
Yeah, this must
Wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't be the first.
Did you take another bite before you checked the date?
I didn't check I still haven't checked the date.
But yes, you did take another bite, just so we're clear.
And I'm finishing it because I don't waste food.
Jesus.
It says best by April. I'm pretty sure we checked before we even bought it because it seemed like the exact sort of product that would sit on a shelf forever.
It wasn't one of those dented ones, was it?
No.
Okay.
The only one that wasn't.
Oh my God.
And yet,
Yeah, the whole rack of these when I went with Dan was completely beat up. Like it looked like they all fell off the shelf or fell off the back of the truck a few times.
a lot of chats screaming, "What April, Dan? Which April?" 2025, don't worry. I'm good. This doesn't taste spoiled. It does taste incredibly stale. Here you go, Tosh.
Jesus.
You know, as crazy as that story about like the cake in a cans, the can cakes, as it were, being devastated, I actually had a weirder fucking experience with this Circle K. Different one though, the one that's closer. So I'm heading to the gym. And my routine with the gym is generally you get like, I have a bottle of water that I fill here. And then on the way, I fill a thermos with some ice. And then on the way, I buy a can of C4, you know, an energy drink. I went to that Circle K, Bob. Every fucking soda in the fridge was exploded because they froze. And they just left them sitting there like some dumb shit is going to come up and buy the can that's exploded out next to all these bottles that are still frozen.
Huh.
And the whole thing, I'm just looking at cooler after cooler after cooler. And I'm like, I didn't even know these coolers could get cold enough to do that.
Yeah, somebody must have messed with the knob. They really shouldn't have.
Apparently, somebody built it to a tolerance that they didn't need to. Like, it's like those are two different things. The ice freezer is a different fucking thing. You know, you shouldn't be able to drive the cooler low enough to freeze and explode everything. Usually that's not a setting. There's no reason you would do that, but apparently someone at some point, employee or otherwise, snuck in there and just turned the dial all the way to the left. So
Someone's petty revenge.
It's just fucking crazy. Most of them would shit themselves even trying. Like most
Yeah.
stores ever
That
would just shit their pants trying. I don't want it back. I'm good. You keep that. That's for you. Love you. Enjoy your stale cake.
This cake is stale.
Hey, that cake cost $6. I love you. I love you, wife. Why is that still not on a soundboard of ours? I love that fucking I love the fucking line of that movie. I went and saw, what was the name of that movie again? It was
Lost in Space.
Lost in Space movie. I went and saw that in fucking theaters as a kid, and when he said that line, I'm like, that is the weirdest, most awkward delivery I've ever fucking heard. So then 15 years later, 12 years later, when the fucking Nostalgia Critic did his review of it, and I'm not a regular watcher, I never was. But he does his review, and he's just like, what is that delivery? I'm like, thank you. I felt insane as a child in that theater. Why is no one laughing? That was the least human thing in this movie. All right. Anyways, Bob, we got to watch that movie.
Yeah, it's been due for a rewatch.
We got to watch that and that other one that had Tim Allen and Sigourney Weaver.
Oh, Space Quest?
Yeah.
Galaxy Quest?
Galaxy Quest.
Quest.
Thank you. Yeah.
Galaxy Quest is really good. I've watched it in the past.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good that Star Trek fans used it to cope. Because they used to have the saying that every other Star Trek movie is good. Like what? Like the motion picture's bad. Wrath of Khan is good.
Yeah, the even ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then it broke. And it's like, but it doesn't break if you include Galaxy Quest, which is a good one.
I see. That is some extra crazy bullshit math going on there.
Right?
Because both Insurrection and Nemesis are both dog shit.
Did you notice that, Bob? I didn't notice that. I'm pretty sure all the TNG movies are great.
Yeah, that's what they were.
Insurrection is like one of those movies where you can't help but cinema sins it. Where it's like, okay, this entire plot is predicated on the fact that you forgot how big a planet is.
I mean, it's really, how do I put this? It's not your fault for doing that when the movie itself is held up on every point by the flimsiest notions that make no sense. At some point when you're watching certain films, you just have to sit there and go, really? Is that...
You want me to believe that?
Okay.
It's so insane. It's like, yes, we left the immortality planet because they don't want us to have machines. And then we just stayed until it was too late for us to come back and not die of old age. It's like, there's an entire second half, there's an entire other side of the planet that you could go to and chill.
No, the planet is this one set from an episode. I genuinely, I can't think of the later TNG movies without hearing Mike Stacklasa go, earth tones and beige.
Yep, browns and beige, browns and beige. Earth tones, people, earth tones.
Yeah, no, that's just built in. So again, I'm thinking about the most recent Best of the Worst where they got that impersonator on and he just starts impersonating Mike Stacklasa back to him and Mike's like, do I really sound like, is that me? Is that how I sound? And Rich Evans just goes, it's perfect. Nailed it. Mike's like, what? And the other guy's like, bah, bah, bah. Anyway. No, this is all off topic. Bob, talk about Devil May Cry 3 and say something completely novel and poignant.
I feel like I've already done all I can there.
Oh yeah?
We didn't play True as Virgil. That's also in there. It was really hard getting used to switching between all the weapons. But I feel like I need to go back and do it again. Maybe run through all the difficulty on this version.
Maybe.
I
don't know. Who knows what wave 12 of the Donathon will give us? Oh, it's a corpse. We didn't make it. We have someone saying, start the Star Trek podcast already. Chris, you crunched the numbers on that, right? How long would that take us again?
15 years.
Yeah.
If we didn't do any of the new stuff.
Like, they just wanted to watch the movies, which are just the worst part, one of the worst parts of the franchise. Like, it doesn't even compete to a new track.
I'm not even sure. Right, I'm not sure nowadays you could even say that with asterisks.
I know, like, there's so much new track that's just so abysmal. It's,
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our Star Trek Section 31 podcast. This is the only episode of this, and it's about Section 31. That's it. Wow. Mission accomplished.
That wouldn't even be fun because it's a direct continuation of some fucking new Trek bullshit. So it isn't even, it's a homework movie. It's not even a thing you can just watch.
That hasn't stopped me from watching MCU films.
Yeah, we watched the Marvels.
That's true.
It was like the pinnacle of homework
You
movie.
care about these characters. No, I don't.
Hey,
You're really
Bob,
not
you
helping.
haven't seen Brave New World, or not Brave New World. That's what its original title. No, it's Brave New World.
No, it's Brave New World, yeah.
It was originally going to be called New World Order, and they thought better of that. But even Kojima's like, who the fuck are these people?
Oh my god.
That man owns WandaVision on DVD, and even he's like, I don't fucking know who these people are.
Amazing. Incredible.
Oh god.
I'm seeing in chat the NWO era of MCU. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I'm excited.
Just Hollywood Hulk.
So, Aggro, I gotta talk to you, making sure I get the vision here. He just has the hair and the do-rag, but the rest of his, the Hulk as we know him, right?
He's got the big green handlebar mustache, and he's wearing like torn leather shorts.
Mm-hmm.
And the do-rag.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
For some reason, Hawkeye just looks like Scott Hall.
This is so stupid. Anyways, I'm really excited to see what the deal with this Red Hulk is at some point. I'm in no rush. I'm sitting here streaming and enjoying great video games.
Yeah, but Red Hulk can wait until he's free on some streaming service.
So I don't know anything about MCU Red Hulk, but comic Red Hulk is really funny because one, everybody hates him because he's never been in a good story ever.
Oh, they chose
But
a really
also-
good character then.
Also, instead of getting stronger the matter he gets hotter, like physically temperature wise hotter. But he's not immune to heat, so eventually that makes him pass out.
Oh boy.
Huh.
Oh, that's. Oh boy. Okay.
I still don't believe that will require more homework than the Marvels, but we will see.
Yeah, I'm also skeptical.
Because, oh my God, that movie. What a mess.
Anyways,
Yeah, I don't think at any point Brave New World was supposed to be a streaming show, so it probably will feel less homeworky from that angle.
Yeah. That's what I assume. I assume there's literally no way to accidentally your way into making the Marvels vibes again. I think that's something.
Hey, to the Thunderbolts is also coming out this year.
Never mind.
Oh, did that become real?
Is
Mm-hmm.
that what we got a trailer for? I can't remember.
I don't know, but
they're
that's
like
the one where it's like every character you don't give a shit about is
But-
back.
But that's
Oh my
the
God.
Marvel Suicide Squad movie, basically, right? Where it's
Yeah, that's-
okay. The trailer for that looked all right, unlike most of these other things.
At least Fantastic Four will probably be an unambiguous dub because it isn't directly part of the MCU.
What a fantastic situation.
Uh-huh.
You're not actually connected, which makes you better. What does that say? It's like a reverse networking effect. Like you're supposed to get like a buff from it, not a negative.
Since we're talking about Marvel,
How regrettable.
where's the fucking where's the fucking Blade movie? Where's the fucking Blade movie, Disney? Where is the Blade movie? Where is it? Where's the Blade movie? Just make a Blade movie. I don't give a shit what is it Blade movie. But with the MC's just make a Blade movie, bro. Just make a Blade movie.
It's just so hard.
Here's what you do. You take the very talented actor you originally had attached to the project,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
and then you get a choreographer who has made real action movies.
Uh-huh.
And then you go to your actor and it's like, here's some knives we bought from the back of Wizard magazine. And then you have him kill vampires in a blood rave club and make it rated R. $750 million box office.
No, it's impossible. It's so we can't figure it out.
No, we have to save Blade for the Midnight Suns movie.
They didn't like the game. The Night Suns?
No, the game was based on a comic event.
No,
called Midnight Suns.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
it's like that,
I still just like no. He's kind of bigger than whatever Midnight Suns is.
no.
But they'll team him up with Doctor Strange.
He doesn't
and
need a
Ghost
team.
Rider.
He's Blade. He doesn't need a team.
They'll be inventing new kinds of homework with that one.
God, could you? I don't like this. I don't like my brain trying to turn the movie I saw Blade into the Marvels. Like I don't like the exercise my brain is going through trying to combine what these things are.
Stupid. Like you read the problems they've been having with this Blade movie, and it's like we wanted it to be a period piece set in the 20s. Like why?
Yeah, what?
What are you talking about? You fucking Kevin Feige is like has his dick wrapped around those Fox X-Men movies, which by the way, I watched a couple more of those. Seem to almost all be bad.
Yeah.
But you're too scared of just making another Blade movie that is like the old Blade movies.
Yep.
It can't be too similar to those movies that are widely beloved.
Here, we can solve all of this. Make it like the original Blade movies. And get Kelsey Grammer to play Beast in it. Everyone wins.
That reminds me, the most recent one I watched was the very first Deadpool movie,
Oh, yeah.
which was pretty good except for the half of the movie that's a flashback that isn't that great.
It's been a while since I saw it.
It is. You should watch it again, Dan, and keep in mind that it has the same. The director is the producer of those new Sonic movies.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
And just keep that in mind because every single thing about them is the same.
I never want to watch it again. I don't want to have this moment.
The pacing, the way it uses slow-mo, the joke delivery, the way that like they don't let anything breathe. There's this little teeny bitty quip at the end of every single plot beat is exactly the same. I was going insane watching it because of this.
How'd you like X-Men Apocalypse?
We haven't watched that one yet. We watched Days of Future Past, which I didn't really like.
Oh yeah, no, I read you don't like it. I think it's based on the best one, but you know.
I think it's funny that Magneto killed JFK. I don't know why you fucking did that.
He was trying to save him was the plot line in the movie. He was framed for killing him. They were like, no, he was trying to bend it away. Oh, no.
JFK was a mutant.
JFK was a mutant. He tried to save him, Magneto. You're so noble and base.
It's so fucking lame that at the end of First Class, they're like, and Xavier gets put in a wheelchair and Beast becomes Blue Beastman, and then they roll both of those things back in Days of Future Past.
Yeah, because when they do the first fucking movie, they're like, and now we're ready. We put all the pieces where they wanted you on another one. Okay, we're undoing some of those steps so we could maybe make that a thing that happens across this movie.
God, I have a drug
Rolling
that makes
back
me able
Beast
to walk.
is so goofy.
Well, yeah, Bob. Here's the thing, okay? It makes sense that he has a drug that he can take to inhibit his psychic powers and gives him the ability to walk because they just took some sand from that fucking island in the cartoon, put some water on it, and he injected it into his fucking veins.
I looked into that. That comic shit is. I mean, that island shit is not in any comic. They made that up for the cartoon.
No shit. They literally came up with a reason to do the Adventures of Johnny Quest. Like it's fucking.
No, I mean
hilarious.
that island is a thing in the comics. But Xavier goes there and he can walk there is not a thing in the comics. Also, it isn't an island. It's you have to go to the Hollow Earth in the Arctic.
Yes, the Savage Lands. That's correct, chat. That is what the name is. But no, like the thing is, they need him to be able to walk, so him and Magneto can do the Adventures of Johnny Quest at the end of every episode for 13 episodes. I swear,
man. Those movies really did. Like, do you think that? I feel like at some point they must have gone to Fassbender and Xavier's actor, I forget his name, been like, can you stop eye fucking each other in your scenes together? It's getting really hard to convince the audience you're not gay.
No, you're the one who cast him.
Mm-hmm.
They cast them for this vibe,
right?
I don't. Can't take it back now. No take backsies.
I'm actually a little bit more optimistic about Apocalypse now that I found out they will no longer be bringing back the Picard and Ian McKellen, Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen. I know it's going to be bad.
Yeah,
I know. I can at least hope it will be bad in a new and interesting way.
Yeah, it's going to be bad in the way that fucking the guy who played Poe Dameron is going to be doing an Orson Welles impersonation the entire movie for some reason.
It's kind of the most delightful part, though.
It is.
Yeah, that kind of sounds based, honestly.
It is. It's great.
Quicksilver's neat.
Why didn't Ian McKellen get a character in Star Trek? There should be a character in Picard that's just played by Ian McKellen.
I think he's too big to do shit like that now. Or was even then.
Or has
it was for most of his career.
Mm-hmm.
He hates space. Thank you, Chad, for the reasonable explanation. Okay.
Although, he was also started in theater just like Patrick Stewart, so I don't know. Who the hell knows?
Who the hell knows?
Yeah, you think he would have shown up in a movie or something? That would have made sense. Oh, well.
Anyways, I look forward to you watching Apocalypse. And then Dark Phoenix.
And Dark Phoenix and Deadpool 2 and Deadpool 3
and then Logan.
And the New Mutants.
I don't think anyone
we signed on for every X-Men movie. That's an X-Men movie. I'm pushing for us to also do the Marvels, which is technically an X-Men movie because they reveal that Miss Marvel's a mutant and then play the X-Men sting.
So hey, you know what else we played last Friday?
yeah, we played other stuff.
Actually, last Friday was just Ninja Gaiden Sigma.
It was. That
or
game is
Ninja
way
Gaiden
too
Black.
big.
Bob, do you have any? Because we didn't go through it recently in time for last big thing. Did you want to talk about that at all? Because that was Friday.
We already talked about it a little bit in
Okay.
Ninja Gaiden Black. I think
You're
it was
good?
enough.
Yeah.
It was
Okay. Worm.
Lots of worms.
That's it.
It's funny that game's kind of structured like it's a Zelda game, but it doesn't really use that in its advantage at all. It's just like, oh, this world's interconnected, and you get new ability to take new areas, like a Metroidvania, but that comes into play like once.
Yeah, no, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, I'm like, man, this is a neat structure. I wish that you actually used it.
It feels to me making an action game where the bosses are dog shit designs mechanically is basically the equivalent of our racing sim's great. It's really fun to do the license tests. The whole thing falls apart though when you do a race. Runs at 10 frames per second. It's like, why would I play that? What the fuck? Because I do find his mobility options really cool. It's really interesting how the NES Ninja Gaiden's really inspired them doing something really interesting with his momentum abilities that you didn't see in other games. Except for the wall run, Prince of Persia. Thanks, buddy. So going through a level, especially some of them, not all of them, can be really cool and fun and interesting. And then you get to a boss that's just randomly horseshit. Like one time it'll just roll that they'll do the nearly undodgeable hit that kills you in 2 hits.
Yeah, they
3 times in a row.
Basically, all of them have a grab that comes out too fast and has too big a hitbox. Like I said, it is very similar to Dark Souls, like what that went for, combat-wise, which is strange. And a lot of times your attacks just do nothing, and you don't know why. Like there's no obvious.
Oh yeah, like you'll hit them with your attack. It'll even make a colliding sound, but there will be no damage dealt and no hit stun.
Yeah.
And so once you finish doing your completely valid attack, that no element of the boss, posture, animation they were in, anything else communicates why it didn't work or that it even didn't work. You have to look at the health bar to know. He will just use the move that kills Sonic the Hedgehog on you and you will die. And I'm just like, I'm never beating this video game. There's no world in which I sign up for that. Unless Sigma's better. Because when you play a video game a lot of the times, there are certain patterns. That's an important word, pattern. Bosses have patterns, so you can learn patterns and you can defeat bosses. These bosses just have a set of things they can do and RNG rolling constantly. That is dog shit. I do not understand. It is only this time looking at this game that I'm like, oh my God, it wasn't that I couldn't read them. It's that there's nothing to read.
I know the solution they use in Black 2 and Sigma 2 is, if the health bar of the boss was insanely low, so you could just tear them to pieces. And I think that works out.
That's pretty funny.
Right.
That's a fucking absurd way to balance that.
It is, because it becomes a race of like,
Right.
oh yeah. He's either going to hit you 3 times and die, or you're going to hit him 3 times and die.
Which, if you think about it, that's pretty ninja. You know? That's how a ninja battle should go. Motherfucker, I poisoned you. Yeah, well, I blew your ass up. There are a lot of cool things about Ninja Gaiden.
And I still think the way it does crowd fights is great. Like, it feels quite like nothing quite else. And
because enemies in crowd fights can often get hit stunned.
Yes. Again, they turn off every mechanic of the game for the boss fights. Because in crowd fights, Flying Swallow works. You have throw moves yourself that work. You have combos that work. None of those work, and you have counterattacks that work. None of that stuff works in a boss fight.
Now,
It's weird.
This is a very boomer analogy, but imagine you were playing the original Contra and you go through the iconic first level Contra. You got 2 to 3 layers you can be on, enemy patterns pop up in a certain way. And at the end, instead of fighting the normal fortress wall boss, you fought a completely corrupted on-screen graphic that randomly hit you and randomly didn't take damage. I would simply hit that and go, I do not want to play this game anymore. And then you would go to the next part where it's the you running into the background thing, and even more shit doesn't look right.
So I'm very excited for 4. I think it will easily have the best boss fights in the series.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be honest. I think Ninja Gaiden 4 might be the best Ninja Gaiden, and until I see 3, which I need to see before 4, because I don't know shit about 3 other than they took his arm? Question mark?
Well, his sword has fused into his arm via a curse.
Ah, yes, it was a cursed arm that makes it so he can't stop playing with his sword. I see. Okay. That's all I know.
Basically.
That's it. That and has QTEs of you bleeding and just being like,
They removed most of those in the Razor's Edge release.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's not.
So we got to play the PS3 original.
Please, no.
Man, don't make Bob do that. That must be total dog shit. I didn't even like the Razor's Edge.
So we gotta know. I gotta know. I need to be excited and prepared for Ninja Gaiden 4 because
right,
very likely this could pierce into my like top favorite action games easily.
Yeah, I think that like this with
Easily
good boss
for
designs,
the 3D Ninja Gaiden. Okay, anyway,
would be a really incredible game.
Yeah, I like the opening of Ninja Gaiden Black a lot. I like the first 6 or so levels. I think it's the further you get past that point, the more it's like, hey, remember that iconic boss? 2 tanks that are assholes followed by a chopper.
Yeah, maybe they'll fight the military.
Yeah, that
which they
that
don't.
sure
in
feels
2 or
like you
3,
went
I don't
into a
think.
different game for a while.
Which I know that game had a somewhat troubled development and was a long dev cycle, so I would not be surprised if there was a entirely different game that was.
Oh yeah, no, that's the most likely of any of them to be just a different creature at some point. Because look at it.
A thing I like about Ninja Gaiden 1 and 3 that I don't think 2 really hits as much is that in 2 like even if you just have a bunch of Power Rangers villains, they're kind of cogent. While 1 and 3 feel NES-esque in how it's just like you walked into a room and here's the thing, that's the boss.
Yeah,
like 3 has like the dragon jet that just kind of comes out of fucking nowhere. It's like fight it, Ryu.
That, yeah. 1 has the tower, the iconic tower fight where we had to remember that you can pull a trigger to zoom in during the archery.
Yeah, just to shoot a radar tower that has guys with rocket launchers on it.
Yeah, the people with the rocket launchers on it are trying to blow you up while you do it.
But yeah, it's true. That's very NES core.
It is, yeah.
Like Worm and 2 Worm.
Anyway, all I'm saying is at some point you gotta avenge your youth and beat the original Ninja Gaiden on NES.
I do. I've never actually even tried.
And we also need to get you to play Kickmaster, the NES game where you have 8 different kinds of kicks and magic.
That sounds exciting.
It actually is really fucking cool as a game. Probably unbelievably fucking hard.
Oh, I bet.
But I'm still, based on everything I saw, I'm going to say maybe easier than Star Tropics when it comes to beating it.
I remember Kickmaster being neat. You got to combo that with Jackie Chan's action kung fu.
Oh, hell yes. Can we cheat, though? Can we use the TurboGrafx version of that? Because it looks slightly better.
Sure. Do what the hell you want.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
No, you got to play the ROM hack version where they poorly put Mario 3 Mario's head onto Jackie Chan and call it Mario 7.
Oh my God, that. I've seen that. Oh God, that looked terrible. Oh man, oh Lord. Anyway, we spent a lot of time talking about Ninja Gaiden and Devil May Cry 3 on the Nintendo Switch. What's up?
I also really like the characters in story that goes through Ninja Gaiden 1. It's hardly there, but it's a little bit more cogent than 2 of just, they're Power Ranger villains every level. What up? Whereas this is like, oh yeah, we have the mystery going on with this weird guy with the shades, and it goes nowhere. But I still enjoy it.
At the same time, it's really great that first the shades guy that is Slugworth from the first Willy Wonka movie,
He
like
sure is.
identically. But I love twos where it's like you have the fucking Goldar going on a tirade, and Ryu just kind of stares at him and says like, not a one-liner. He's just like, "For my honor, you will die," and it kills him.
Yes.
Usually in 35 seconds.
They have very different tone, which I appreciate both. I wonder where 4 is going to land. Because 3 got into the whole, like, being a little bit more, like, down to earth and getting a real writer to come in. And that's not what the series is about, I don't think.
Well, that's what our new character is going to be about. Our new character is going to be ridiculous Dante Wahoo. He's going to say lines like, "Toughen up, Buttercup."
Man, that'd be more interesting than what I've heard from the new character so far, which all just seems like, yeah, I'm Edgelord Ninja Guy. I'm going to say stuff that you'd expect Sasuke to
Oh,
say.
so they're doing Yaiba.
No, not
that
that
edgelord.
Edgelord.
Oh, okay. Damn.
More like angst teen Edgelord.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Anyways, we played. This is literally out of every game we've ever streamed, the worst translated game. We played Zone of the Enders 2 in the same stream we played Devil May Cry 3. Zone of the Enders 2 is a great fucking action game. And coincidentally, it and Devil May Cry 3 both, as a stream, were basically the same length as Ninja Gaiden Black.
Together.
Just saying. Combining those two to equal roughly the same size as Ninja Gaiden Black is really telling. But
whose second hand is that?
So at one point in Zone of the Enders 2, Dingo says to, oh man, what's the name?
Marinara.
Yeah, Ken Marinaris. He says, "Whose second hand is that?" And me and Bob go, "What?" And all of chat goes, "What?" And then someone finally explains they probably literally translated something being said that was, "Who did you get that information from? Like, who told you that?" And I'm like, man, this game truly is. Like, the funny thing is you hear these stories about Kojima working with translators and then they localize it to sound a bit more elegant and not as trite and tropey. And he gets mad every fucking time.
Yes.
This is written by a writer of Metal Gear Solid. You can tell. It is very that. And it just seems machine translated the whole game. However, outside of that game's fucking great. We really haven't had a fucking action game like that ever since.
No.
It's like a fucking God Hand had fucking, well, zero shifting, but you don't even know what that is. Because you haven't played Zone of the Enders 2.
Yeah, no, I always appreciate unique action games that are just different. That's why I'm so excited for that new Onimusha. It looks actually unique and not like any other action game.
Yeah, we used to have lots of different takes on melee action games.
And
Then we had Arkham.
And then we had Dark Souls.
We had Dark Souls.
Yeah, the high-speed robot action here is so different from anything else. It started getting me thinking about, like, how else you would do this other than robots. You know, it kind of feels like you would just, to some extent, the way the game feels and controls, it feels like Punch-Out. You lock onto one dude and your movements are doing small dashes side to side to dodge. It's really good.
Because I see it and was like, yeah, you could make a DBZ game like that.
I mean, you could. You always could have.
Right?
You haven't. Why haven't you?
No.
I'm waiting. I'm listening. One moment.
I'm
but
like,
no, it's like we always wanted that, and then they never did it.
Right? Like, basically any anime where characters fly around is like, this is the way I'd like it to be. Like, if we did a Bleach game, ideally, probably this.
Yeah, if they had made a single Dragon Ball game that controlled like this, that felt like this, that was high speed and responsive like this, that easily could have made my game of the year. Like,
Yeah, I was going to say, that's kind of Kakarot, and then you went fast and responsive, like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, no, I wish Kakarot was that. But
Kakarot is weird because the bosses have things they do.
Patterns?
Like patterns. And special attacks that you have to dodge in very specific ways. But not enough of them? like it feels like it feels like if they ever made like if they ever made a sequel to that where maybe they didn't have as much money in the big open world part that's not really that interesting or good.
No, we'll just keep making DLC forever.
I mean that seems to be the strat, considering they just announced more this week.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, Some of the Enders 2 is really great. It has an absolute banger soundtrack. It was the first video game soundtrack I ever bought on CD. It is an absolutely stellar game. I cannot think of a game that has outdone it, outdoing what it does since. And it has been 21 years. Absolutely great game. That PS4 version is really great. I think it's really unfair that we don't have anything of that quality for basically any of the other games we've been playing recently. You almost get something of that quality with the Xbox Series X back compat with Ninja Gaiden Black, but even still, this looks better because they did higher res assets.
Right, they touched things up.
I wish Shadow of the Colossus had a version this good, but instead you get the broken PS3 version based on the PAL release with broken physics and shit, or the PS4 version, which isn't the original game literally. I think it's fine, but in this week of us doing these 6th-gen action games, it just feels weird to do a thing that's just very remade.
Yeah,
right?
like
I kind of want to keep it directly to the visuals of the original. Yeah. When it comes to the two really annoying parts of Zone of the Enders 2, though, it was very funny that someone in the comment section last week was like, just fly through the spotlights. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then the mines won't explode. Got it. I do the first set of spotlights, and then I look to the left to see 2 more, and I start flying towards them and explode instantly and die. We restart that. I fly through the first spotlights and then look to the right, and there were much closer ones that way.
Yes.
I'm like, oh. And then I aced it from there, and I was like, wow. Wish I could have noticed that on the PS2. This was a very blurry level on the PS2. Kind of hard to see in general, especially on a CRT of the time. But that's only one of them. The taper one is also terrible, where it's like, I'm in a crate and it has a number. We're just yanking your chain and filling up time. And I'm like, why are you doing this less than an hour into this 6-hour game?
Yeah, that was
4-hour
weird.
game. Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what, like, I understand it's a Kojima-esque game. They want to mix up the gameplay and do something weird like that, but probably shouldn't do that so soon into the game. And that's really, like, you don't even get that much time playing the real game because it starts with, like, in the super slow, clunky robot.
Like, you haven't, I mean, by that point, you've done a decent amount of being a JOT, but you haven't done a full level.
Right, exactly. You haven't done a full level. You've done
a lot of battles individually. It's very strange. But it's okay. If you think about it, it's very low octane, so you get used to the controls while you do an absolutely miserable gameplay segment that's partially random.
I guess.
Yeah, Zone of the Enders 2 is really great. It used to be what I would call my favorite game of all time. And then those 2 segments were so annoying, I was like, maybe not. And then Shadow of the Colossus came out, and I was like, now this is my favorite game of all time. And then I was like, man, it's too hard to rank video games as favorite of all time. So I stopped doing it after that. So technically, the most recent favorite video game of all time was Shadow of the Colossus. So please look forward to that stream where I eat shit. If you're not interested in playing Zone of the Enders 2, just look up the soundtrack. That's a fucking good soundtrack. Really goddamn good.
Really, another just like, there's nothing quite like Zone of the Enders music, which is so crazy.
Yeah. Man, it would be really cool if the industry stopped going the way it was going and we had more of a focus on making this exact scale of game.
That game still looks immaculate. Like, it's just constantly showing, like, all the in-game graphics are just as good as they need to be to convey what they're doing, because it's like more geometrically simplistic, but they're all robots, so that works. And then when it shows people and stuff, it's just anime cutscenes. And they're anime studios. That still is a thing. You can still just do that.
Yeah, the funniest part is, and I know it's touched up.
Yeah.
Like some textures and things. I think out of every game we played so far, and probably also with Shadow of the Colossus, its art style aged the best by a long shot, where it's just like, no one would look at this and go, oh, the technical limitations of the time. They would just look at it and be like, cool robot. Meanwhile, Devil May Cry 3 has the crustiest textures of all the games we will be playing.
Don't look at his fingers, Jesus.
Don't look at his fingers. Don't look at the debris on the ground, on the walls. Don't look at any of that shit. Yeah, so that's why during the Devil May Cry 3 thing, I was just like, man, it would be so cool to see a version of this game where the PS2 had a decent amount of RAM.
It would be funny to see, like, don't remake the game, just make new textures for it.
Yeah.
Like, that's enough.
Yeah, geometrically, whatever. I just want to see it without the crustiest textures of the world. That's it. That's all I want.
They're like, we AI upscaled the textures. That's what you wanted, right?
And I'm like, then I become a Mario twin. Yeah, no. It's interesting that Zone of the Enders 2 art style aged as well. I always thought it was really great looking, but I never expected it to be 21 years later still competitively great looking.
Right?
That's kind of fucked. I never would have guessed. And, you know, as a child, like, this will just look great forever.
Yeah, it's odd. We certainly will just get a sequel that looks patently better.
Right, I was expecting that on the PS3, and then it never happened.
Hey, Konami, since you're never gonna make a game again and just let other people make your shit, Cygames has been needling you like, just let us make Zone of the Enders 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
for a while. Just do it.
Like in Granblue.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
They did. It's a summon that you can get.
That's crazy. Guess I'm going in debt. Oh,
it's real easy to get.
Oh really? Guess I'm gonna get the first hit for free.
But I think Cygames even did that the PS4 port of 2.
They did, yeah.
So just fucking let them. They have the chops now. You can tell because they made Relink.
Right, like that's clearly the exact. It even has a similar art style idea of like the cell shaded look of it. Like they get it.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's worth noting, Zone of the Enders 2 is basically a 10, but Zone of the Enders 1 is also good. So, you know, don't get that brain disease where you think you have to play 1 to play 2. You really, 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 really don't.
But if you really need to, it's like 2 hours.
Yeah,
as someone who tried to do that when he had the collection on PS3, just don't.
Yeah, no, it really...
Zone of the Enders 1 is a neat idea of a game. And then 2 is like if they actually made that game.
2 is a much better executed thing with a good story line and everything but Zone of the Enders 1 is worth going back and experiencing for scientific reasons. But for the love of God, do not let 1 hold you back from playing 2. Just fucking play 2. It is a drastically better game in every single way.
There might be a reason they didn't put 1 on modern platforms.
They're right. Like, literally, they went, well, we would have to put effort into that one, too. And they're like, or, no.
If you want to play 1, just watch the first episode of any Gundam series.
It's true.
It's kind of all there is.
I do remember at the time, in my youth, my brain being what it was, Dan showing me Zone of the Enders 2 and going, this is just if Gundam Wing was Castlevania.
It's true. And Zone of the Enders 1 is, as Bob just said, just Gundam. Which was funny because, of course, I hadn't seen Gundam by then. So I'm playing it. I'm like, this seems cool. All right. Neat. Never seen anything like this. I really enjoy Zone of the Enders 1, but like 2's straight up a fucking masterpiece. So when I have the conversation about comparing the 2, I make it sound like 1's terrible because it has a lot of shortcomings. But 1's really interesting. As a PS2 launch game apologist, Zone of the Enders 1 is definitely worth going back and trying just to put yourself in that headspace. Just sit there and think, Baby Dan is playing this and The Bouncer around the same time. And maybe through that alone, you could get some appreciation and some kicks.
Oh, yeah, like, it plays much more reasonably than The Bouncer does.
I don't know. Both can be quite cruel to Kid Dan.
Of course. But 1 comes with a free demo for Metal Gear Solid 2.
Sure does. Sure does. Pretty worth renting just for that. Just like we rented Resident Evil Code Veronica X for the Devil May Cry 1 demo.
Man, That sure was like worlds apart. Like, oh my god. Trying to play Code Veronica X after playing the Devil May Cry demo was like, you seriously putting this out? Like, this is...
We could just keep playing this demo instead,
Right?
bro. We don't need
We
to
could just
play
hit the
thing.
analog stick and he goes that direction. This is blowing my mind.
Bob's freaking out over here. He's like, oh, I hit the stick in the direction the guy went that way, and he has a giant sword, and his name's Dante. He wasn't even supposed to work today. Yeah, no. Someday we're going to have to beat Code Veronica.
Someday.
Should we get around to that before they announce the remake or after? I don't know.
It doesn't matter too much because even with 3 remake happening, I feel like we still need to beat 3.
It's true, but then we might say positive things about Code Veronica, and there are totally Code Veronica apologists who will be like, no, the original was better. Don't be positive about this remake. There are tens of them.
Obviously, you just need to play Code Veronica and then go into the remake on the same stream.
You're right. That's the only reasonable way. That's the only reasonable way.
So you can directly, do you see, like, is it going to have the character that talks in the unbelievably cartoonish fop voice?
Better. That's all I really know about the game.
Yeah, if we literally get to the remake and nobody's talking about the Ashford family name, I will be upset. That is it. That is all. Anyway, you should play every game we played from the last week. Except for maybe Ninja Gaiden Black. We need to do some investigation to Sigma to see. Maybe that is more recommendable.
Right.
Who knows?
Certainly easier to get. You don't need to own an Xbox
That's
platform.
true. You don't have to own an Xbox. And you can get it on any platform, basically, except for the Switch, because they never put out the Ninja Gaiden Back collection on the Switch, I don't think.
I thought they did. I don't know how well it runs, but I thought they put it on there.
Chat, did they do it? Did they put that collection on the Switch? It's even on the Vita. You can even play it on the Vita at 30 frames per second.
Yeah.
Okay, people are saying no.
Okay.
Oh, well. Anyway.
Maybe the Switch 2. Get one more Ninja Gaiden release this year.
You know, Bob, we've been talking a lot about demos.
Yeah.
I played a demo.
Oh, yeah?
I played the Demon Tides demo.
Nice.
Demon Tides is pretty cool. It has this feature. The whole idea for Demon Tides, for people who don't know, it's the people who made Demon Turf.
Yes.
Where your character was 2D and it was a 3D environment. Demon Tides, 3D character, 3D environment, same idea, but the environment's no longer levels. It's a big open world on water, so kind of like Bowser's Fury sort of deal, where it's like, we have these small island levels just floating, separated by massive bodies of water. And I get to the first island, and I beat it. And then there's this sign over here, and it's like, you can do time trial. Here's how you did relative to your friends. And I'm like, okay, sure. And I hit the button to try it again, and it goes, okay, go. And I'm like, bro, you like stuck the most awkward shit in the world between me and the actual level from the sign. Why did you put this sign right here? If you put it 1 foot to the right, the beginning of this run wouldn't involve me becoming a snake and doing a speedy high jump onto a thing to then get to the actual. So anyways, that's my only complaint so far. That and Mr. Mint.
As far as the speedruns go.
Yeah.
I didn't even try them the first time I played this, but I booted it up today to try them out.
Yeah.
Okay. I hit the speed run like it's like a boat. Yeah.
It's a little buoy with a shed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some sort of billboard.
And then it's just like, go. I'm
Yeah.
like, where?
No, yeah, do the whole island.
I don't even have any idea. Like
you need to know how to do everything on that island and then speed run that.
What?
Uh-huh.
Because I went up, I got the chest, and I ran and came back down and did the rings. Is there something else? Because nothing seemed to stop the timer.
It depends on the island.
Like, it was that first island. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, the first one's just those 2 chests. You got the chest at the bottom when you got the rings, right? There are 2 chests on that island.
Yeah.
One is at the top, the other one's at the bottom, and it opens when you get all the rings.
Right.
Yeah.
It did.
If you did that correctly, it would have ended it. Yeah.
Okay, because it did. Like, I got to the end. Maybe I didn't get the chest at the top. Maybe I just looked at it and then like, okay.
To be fair, the first time I played that island, I got to the top, didn't even notice the thing he wanted me to do up there, and then I saw the ring, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna do this. So I went all the way down, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Where was that other chest?
Yeah.
So then I went all the way back up and then went, oh, I forgot to hit the interact button up here.
It's the most bizarre idea for a speedrun level I could imagine. Like,
I think it's
just give me like a pointer to where you want me to get to and end when I do it.
No, because they're going to have really big islands with really nightmarish traversal to get up them. Like how many parts in this game involve if you kicked that rope down, you could just climb this rope. But you got to platform through these 17 jumps to get to that, to get across that, to get this. And plus, I haven't done it for the islands that have it, but there are islands that have the 5 pieces. So I assume you're going to be piecing together all 5 of those pieces to get that cog and doing the other chest.
That's dumb.
I don't know. I think it's kind of neat to be like speedrun the whole fucking island. Fuck you. Like if I could have a category of Super Mario 64 that was like speedrun the whole fucking level. We set up a way for every star to work. I think that'd be neat.
I wouldn't ever be like, that's the only speedrun though. Like that seems ridiculous.
Well, they apparently didn't want to put in the work to make an alternative speedrun. They just made the level and then they went, well, okay, we'll start a timer. Go do the level.
Do the level.
Do the level. I'll pick you up at 9:30.
Right?
PM? Mom? Drives off.
The mall closes at 8.
Yeah, that part I enjoy. The most actually frustrating thing about the demo to me is Mr. Mint. You see, Mr. Mint takes 100 of the currency to let you get a chest on the island. So in order to 100% any island, you must have enough currency for Mr. Mint. This game sells you abilities back at the hub. Guess what? You don't get to use that currency on if you've paid for Mr. Mint's chest. That is frustrating as hell and awful.
What does Mr. Mint's chest get you? Does it just to complete the island or does it get you something else?
I mean, it's a collectible like all the collectibles you get in the game. Thus, it completes the island.
Okay, I thought maybe it was like another ability or something as well as a collectible.
I don't think so. Maybe, though.
It's like that would make any level of sense. Whereas what you described is like,
no, that would still be an absolute nightmare. They're like, Mario, you didn't have enough coins to beat this level. Go and get 37 other stars. Bring it back to this level. Give me the 37 stars, and then you can get one more star. And I'm like, I'm gonna die. This isn't how this should work ever.
Yeah, I have to wonder if there's in the full game going to be more stuff between the islands where you'd get a bunch of coins. That's the only way this would make any sense.
Yeah, no, they don't like to break down the level this economy doesn't work at. Mr. Mint will be on an island. That island will only have 60 of the currency. So you need 100. So fucking leave and come back after you got 40. Shocker, the island you went to also has another Mr. Mint. So now you need 90 more currency for him. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I don't know why this ended up this exact way, but this is the one thing that actually bugs me. Everything else is good. I was playing on the 4K monitor here, and at first I started with DLSS. And then I looked at it a bit. I took some screenshots and zoomed in and just to look at what it was doing. And even on the DLAA mode, which is the one where it's not faking any of the core resolution, it's just anti-aliasing. It tried to erase her freckles. It literally was doing freckle erasure.
How could they?
It was trying to erase the freckles of the main character. I went and then used normal AA, and it did not have that problem. So it was very much the DLSS. Weirdly enough, it was also erasing the film grain effect. Like there's a video noise film grain. It was smoothing that whole thing over. It was literally like they did a digital noise reduction on the game.
It's almost like this new technology sucks in every way possible.
Or is the only way forward. Both sides are equal arguments. So anyway, I took it from 8 times multi-sampling AA down to 4 and then 2, then 1 and then off. And I went, yeah, if I'm on a 4K monitor, I don't need anti-aliasing. My frame rate went up insanely by turning that off. So I'm like, oh, look, the actual future. Render your shit at a high res. And I will run it. Yeah, anyway, so that was an interesting experiment.
Yeah, I was like, I don't, like, even on the 1080, I think I got it around 60 without TAA. Like, I think I turned TAA off and it was fine.
No, the game's pretty performant.
So why are these features in everything?
Well, keep in mind, Bob, contrary to what some people might tell you in the comments section, your 1080 Ti still reigns as some sort of Chad King among the broader GPUs that Steam users own. You are living like a king.
Unless the game's made to only work with TAA.
or what was it? Mesh shaders, like Alan Wake. Yeah. because you would have some performance problems from trying that. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I'm excited for that game to come out. I did not get to try that other game, the one that has the creature I keep calling Stony Banjo.
Oh, darn it! I was hoping someone else would play it because I was not impressed. Like,
yeah, I know. I'm really interested in checking it out. I'm gonna do it in between, like after Friday's stream, because the Steam Next Fest ends soon, and I really did want to play it. But I scheduled our workload on the back end so I didn't have to do all the streams we did and watch a whole season of Bleach in a single week. And then I did that anyway, so I'm an idiot. I could have played that demo if we didn't watch a whole season of Bleach in a week.
yeah, no, it's just like, oh, we hit the point where it's like, oh, we should just finish it now.
Yeah, it felt really strongly like that, so I had to make that call. It very strongly made me go, no, I want to see how this ends now. I know we'll be here till 2:30 in the morning. I don't care. I want to fucking see how it ends now. So I did that instead of playing that demo. I look forward to playing that demo next week. Do you remember the name of the game? It's like Ruffy something.
It was on my thing like a week ago. Let's just go back and look at it.
You put all your notes in one document?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Ruffy in the Riverside.
Thank you. I was like, Ruffy, River, something. Yeah, no, I'm very interested in that game. For people who just somehow don't pay attention, my favorite genre is 3D platformer. So, of course, I'm always interested in trying your 3D platformer.
I'm glad to see an uptick in that. Like indies are finally powerful enough to do it now.
You're telling me. Like, you remember the rants I went on during, what was a Hat in Time stream where I'm just like, hey, remember the whole fucking 7th gen where they were like, we can't make a 3D platformer. No one will buy that.
Yeah.
What do you mean? It's one of the most approachable and charming genres.
No.
We have to be taken seriously.
We didn't know how to make it. We gave up.
What gave up? I shouldn't. Excuse me? I don't think I heard you right. No, you did. I shouldn't. Yeah, no, it's a great genre. I fucking love it. I fucking adore it. I wonder how long till we get another game from the Pseudo Regalia dev.
Yeah, they did various little, here's a test of what I'm working on, but I don't know if I'll actually make it a full game sort of releases. Yeah. So who knows when they're actually going to settle down and be like, choose one of those and finish it.
I love this. Cameo didn't do well. We need more men with guns. If only there was some reason
I don't think anybody
for why Cameo didn't do well.
No, as we learned, this kind of shit is driven by actual market response. It's just a CEO made it up. Like, that's really what it comes down to in the very end, because Nintendo was there whipping ass, beating everybody's ass with Wii sales the whole time. It's just a thing that people said.
Did you know making a good game is hard? And it's way easier to make a bad game that you can tell an executive that's really quite good because of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, you have these different tags for the back of the box, and the executive is excited.
Yeah, we're putting the tags on the back of the box. DLC will change the tags, and we'll have to update the box. Could you fucking imagine the ESRB had tags? You're just like, I don't know about DMC, the DMC. Why? What's you not like action games? It says mind dominate.
I mean,
it says mind break.
They basically have them in the ESRB rating thing.
That's those are come on now. They're not listing everything they should have though. I'm just saying, pretend your video game was uploaded to certain websites and you had to tag appropriately. The ESRB.
The ESRB should be a full paragraph on the back where there's the tags.
Yeah, you flip the box over, it's half the height of the back of the box, and you're like, holy hot damn.
This thing had some stuff to say.
Jesus. Are all of these happening to the main character? I simply do not believe that. Man, those games are for freaks. I play cool games like Fracture. Wait, ground boners? What the hell's a ground boner? Anyways. I had an episode of X-Files where there was an Amish cult. And they when someone would get ill in the cult, seemingly they would cover them in wax and bury them in a cave, and then they would transition to being a woman. And the actual crime of the episode was some woman or man started going around and sucking and fucking people and killing them because it was so good because of the pheromone overload. They would just start puking pink foam and die.
Awesome.
1/3 into this episode, I'm like, the only way this could get more X-Files is if there was a psychic and they were aliens. Spoilers. They were aliens.
Man, we used to make fucking television.
They just
None
let
of
him air
this
stuff.
none of this 8 episodes every 4 years bullshit. You got 52 episodes a year of shit like Mulder fucks a Yeti.
Yeah. Yes. It's true. By the way, the name of that episode, Gender Bender.
You know, we could do this again if you weren't so up your ass about making art. Ironically, making things that are less art than anything else.
It's true. There's an artistry in mass-produced television for fucking certain. I'm enjoying X-Files. If you ask me what was a truly well-made X-Files episode I've seen, I'm not sure that I could answer truthfully.
Right.
But
The point of TV is not to be good. It's to make you not overthrow the government for 30 minutes.
yeah, and that's the problem, you know? We need better television so we don't overthrow
Give it 6 months, and the
We'll
people
win.
in government are going to wish they had some TV again.
Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying going through X-Files, but I think that's about it for Demon Tides and whatnot. I'm trying to think of anything else I was going to say other than I appreciate that they turn your snack power into really fast snack that swims real fast, because before it was a hula hoop, if you remember.
Yes, it like does the wheel, which I don't know. I kind of like the wheel more.
Yeah?
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know. There's just-
imagining this game without a snake that hauls ass, and I'm like, oh god, this
more-
would be bad.
I more just wish that it could still drift, because I'm pretty sure
the drifting is cool.
Yeah, the drifting was in the original game, and then you'd like drift, then to do a turbo boost after it, which the snake does not seem to have anymore.
No, the snake has just a go fast as hell button.
Yeah.
And then it has like some momentum stuff, but nothing quite like that. Bob,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask Chris what he's been doing. Hey Chris, what have you been doing?
So people kept telling me that PlayStation 2 emulation was good now, so I decided to go check it out.
Oh yeah.
It seems a lot better. It seems a lot better than the last time I tried. A lot.
Okay. The way you were teeing this up, I expected it to not work at all on your machine. for
No.
some
It
reason.
worked. It actually worked better than it ever has by a pretty huge margin.
Okay, so what'd you do?
I played through Tony Hawk Underground
Okay, cool.
because with the news, I needed some Tony Hawk.
So wait, you played through a game on emulation? Wow. That's nothing like what I've used to as PS2 emulation.
But I played an hour of Scalar.
Oh my god. Good.
Scalar is a Ratchet and Clank clone.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I don't think I've
Except,
ever seen this.
Yeah.
Imagine if you didn't have guns, though.
What?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I've only ever seen the box art.
We need to rank all
So
of these.
what?
It's most like Ratchet 1. You don't really have guns. You I didn't play that long, but it seems like you get forms that kinda do something sort of like a gun.
Okay.
But mostly it is Ratchet-esque in its tone. First of all, it looks exactly like a fucking Ratchet game. Like, exactly. You get on that first alien planet you're on and like, this is a fucking Ratchet game. The rail grinding is a huge part of the game.
Oh.
And tonally, it is identical. I'm gonna put a character from Scalar that you meet in the first in the first 30 minutes into the Big Think channel. If you told me this motherfucker was reskinned Captain Quark, I wouldn't see any reason to not believe that he was reskinned Captain Quark. Like, I'd be like, yeah, yeah, that's Captain Quark. Fucking look at this dude.
Oh god.
Oh,
Sorry,
wow.
I'm skimming video of this game and I think I just came across him.
Wow.
Yeah, no, he's not wrong. This game is Ratchet and Clank 1.
Yeah, chat. Sorry, Dan can't show you this right now, but just believe us. It is.
Yeah, look
quite
up
literal.
Leon Scalar. His name's Leon. Oh God, one of the funniest. So 30 minutes into this game, not even 30 minutes, it's like 15. It's like 15 minutes into this game. It's almost as soon as you start playing after the opening sequence. You meet this dude. The main character's like, they argue a little bit because they're combative. It's Ratchet 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, "My name's Leon," and then the main character, who is a 12-year-old boy turned into a weird lizard creature by magic radiation.
What?
The plot seems to be that reptilians from another dimension plan to take over the world, and only he can stop them after being turned into a lizard man.
Okay.
But he says, "Your name's Leon. My dad's name was Leon, but he went missing when I was younger." And then Leon says, "I can't help you with that. I have amnesia."
Yeah, I've seen that episode of Dinosaurs.
I won't pay child welfare disease. I'm sorry, kid.
But Scalar sucks. Like, you control so fucking slippery. And it's mostly combat rooms.
What if there aren't guns? What does
Melee.
he do?
You do melee.
Does
I'm
do
seeing
like,
a lot of tonguing.
Oh, I was like,
Yeah,
does he
you
do
have
the
you have
tail
you have a hand swing that kind of works like the wrench swing, and you have a tongue that's a little bit ranged.
I don't like that.
It seems like when it came out, it might have been a 7. Maybe.
I have no stronger desire in the world than to rank every 6th gen 3D platformer. Not one. I look at Vex, I look at Scalar,
It's gonna be rotten.
I
but
think
yeah,
of Rough Trigger.
I understand.
Oh, I also played Vex.
Oh, good.
This is like, people will complain that there's a poison swamp in every FromSoft game and then say shit like that.
Vex, I kind of want to play more of Vex. I kind of got turned off because it makes you do a lot of God of War climbing.
All right.
The opening of this game is like a 10-minute montage of these little brownie, like fantasy brownie type creatures being enslaved by an evil necromancer.
Okay.
And then the villain, like force lightnings the main character's grandpa until he explodes.
Oh, hell yes.
And then he gets the evil hell gauntlets and goes on his revenge quest.
Yeah.
The collectibles
Awesome.
in these games are torn out hearts.
Ooh.
I knew it was gonna be edgy, but that's hilarious.
That's awesome.
But they make you do a lot of God of War climbing. Like the as you slowly climb the rock face with your talons.
So Dan, when you say all the 3D platformers on PS2,
Yeah.
or 6th gen in general,
Yeah.
does that include like Prince of Persia?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, of course.
Like maybe we're do mascot ones like this.
I mean, all of it.
I kind of want to go back and actually play through it at some point. It seems interesting. And it, like, there are good ones, like Ty the Tasmanian Tiger is a real game. It isn't a series of combat rooms like Scalar seems to be, or like I'm pretty sure TAC becomes.
I'm just not sure our audience is strong enough.
No.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I'm sure the audience would be so horrified to see the dumbest plots, and maybe dumber than 7th gen plots.
I'm just saying, if we had even 1 week, they would be begging for release. They'd be like, please, just fucking kill me. We saw you do Cow the Kangaroo, Ty, Vex, Scalar. Is I Ninja the name of the?
Yeah.
I Ninja.
God, Cow the Kangaroo is dog shit. I bought the remake of it.
Yeah.
That game is trash. But hey, you guys got to play Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Eventually, you're soul bound to those developers.
It's true, Bob.
Because they made Blade Kitten.
Because they made
Yeah.
Blade Kitten.
Yeah.
Let's go, Skiffy! Hit the war crime button.
And that's when it cuts to Harrison Ford as the president being like, no. And a nuke going off.
I feel bad that I would just buy anything new Blade Kitten wise instantly.
At this point, it would be a business expense because instantly
Yeah,
I'd be there.
I would
one.
too.
So I wouldn't
Where's
even
the
have to think about
AAA
it.
Blade Kitten game? Come
Do it.
on.
Do it.
It doesn't even really have to be AAA. It just needs to look as good as Ruby.
Yeah, I'm more interested in your like $30 action game that's Blade Kitten.
Right.
Yeah.
We need the Blade Kitten sweep.
And then I go to the devs and I'm like, listen, Skiffy needs to blow me up in this game. Skiffy needs to detonate a bomb and you get 1 second of me going, oh no!
I played
Put a
various
bomb in
other
your
little
brain.
things that aren't particularly interesting, but
Okay.
I booted up Conker Live and Reloaded or whatever the fuck the remake that I'm gonna have to play inevitably
You
because
got
it's the
it.
first goal of the Donathon is just to make sure it worked.
Uh-huh.
Within the first 5 minutes of that game, something happens, and I'm like, this doesn't seem right. And then Conker looks at the screen and says, I thought this was supposed to be a 1-to-1 remake. Also, they changed how combat works.
Yeah, they did.
You now press a button to pull out your weapon, and you are now in weird first-person controls, but still third-person strafe mode. And you use the trigger to attack.
So do
Even with melee weapons, even with the frying pan, you're like strafing left and right with the frying pan.
Do you think they greenlit this primarily for the multiplayer for Xbox Live?
Yeah.
Because I seem to recall
Probably,
something
yeah.
about that.
And then
So-
it came out so fucking late. It was like, guys, it's 2005.
I know. As people who owned Xboxes at the time,
Halo
I'm like,
2's right there.
We're not going to be here, man. We're just. I'm leaving.
God, I read part of an interview of it with the a former ValueWare developer was like, yeah, Microsoft just told us we should just launch Jade Empire at the tail end of the Xbox like that, and that killed it.
Oh yeah, no, like for people who don't know, they fucked over all their developer friends. Like they literally barely started developer support on the original Xbox before they started secretly planning for the 360, and they did not give their developer friends enough time to know.
Yeah,
It's insane.
I feel like if you're even younger than like 29 or 28, 7th gen to 8th gen and 8th gen to 9th gen were very atypical, in the sense that old shit kept getting games. Most of the time when a new box came out, it's like, if you want new games, you get that new box. It's over.
Yeah, no, we're done.
There's a reason Gimmick died, and it's for our sins.
Like, remember, Nintendo looked at a complete finished Star Fox 2 and went, N64 is about to be out, cancel it.
And they were wrong to do it.
And they did that back with Mother 1 on the NES too. There's like completely finished version of that game, translated, has additional features. Super Nintendo's about to be out, cancel it.
But yeah, no. And the original Xbox life was less than 4 whole years.
Yep.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
You can go look at it. It's like Genesis and Super Nintendo sales numbers and see them binary turn off when the N64 and PlayStation came out. Like, this isn't they went down, it is they stopped. Like, people saw Mario 64 and like Crash Bandicoot, and it's like, we don't fucking want this shit anymore. It's over.
And then Tom Kalinski's like, oh, this is not how this was supposed to go with the 32X. Oh, we had the whole thing planned out. Did you? You want me to believe that?
Potentially, yes.
You play anything else other than Conker Live and Reloaded?
I tried to play through Symphony of the Night, and it went the same way playing Symphony of the Night always goes, where I goes, wow, this is really great. Why don't I consider this one of the best Igavanias, and then I get to the reverse cast, and I'm like, oh, this sucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
It feels like it doesn't hit a cogent peak point with the systems and ideas it has going. And then you just hit the most pointless, systemless thing of what if the whole thing upside down? And
Yeah,
so,
like it's not
that's
just
why
that it's padding.
Uh-huh.
I can handle padding. I love Portrait of Ruin, and that has the padding zone.
Right.
It's that it's upside down, so navigating it sucks ass.
It does suck. For
You're
me,
either
it's-
constantly turning into and out of the bat form, or you're doing that down up jump shit where you fly upwards.
And that's just that sucks. Every other one has you hold up and push a button.
Right.
Yeah, no, there's a reason why I constantly go. I think all you prove when you say Symphony of the Night is the best Igavania is that you really love budget. Because it's definitely the highest budgeted one.
Yeah,
It's not even close.
absolutely.
I think all you really like is scope and fidelity.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I did the sequence break thing to get the shield rod like
Ooh.
immediately.
Nice.
If you don't know, once you get wolf form, you can actually get into both pathways from the clock room that you normally have to double jump to get up. Because if you jump into the air, transform into a wolf, and then transform back, the game believes you have double jumped, which means you can now dive kick. So you dive kick
Interesting.
into the candle, and you can bounce up onto those zones. So you can get the you can get into the Coliseum very, very early and grab the shield rod.
Cool. That's really neat.
And the shield rod tears ass.
Hmm.
You use the buff that gives you 20 more defense and the buff that gives you 20 more attack, and then you beat the boss of the Coliseum like 10 levels lower than you're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. It's also like I like to think of what's the peak weapon in the Igavania that we're talking about, and it feels crazy to be like, well, in Aria of Sorrow, it's the giant fucking flame slice that burns giant blue crosses that fade and disappear into the enemies at every collision point. That's really cool. The peak weapon in Symphony of the Nights is I can walk into the enemy and they die. So you just spend any point from then on in the game just walking.
I mean, the shield rod spell is really cool.
I mean, it is. It's neat.
Also, the Chrysogrim is really neat, especially if you get two of them and just mash both buttons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks cool. I wouldn't want to take down Galamoth with it. Maybe that would be okay. No,
And just
I
go
don't
get the
think it
armor
does
that
it.
makes you mostly immune to lightning, and he can't do shit against you. And
And
becomes
you're
a
just in
crying
the corner, and
Wojak.
he's just like, I can't get him. I can't move my feet.
But one of the shield rod spells is just a full screen sword spins across the screen. So you do that against Legion, and all his pieces fall off instantly.
Yeah, there's so many neat little things in that game, like that.
Yeah,
like, there's so many
that's-
weird variations.
One of the thing we lost as games got too expensive. There's no confessional room you can just sit in, and it might be an evil priest that stabs you.
What was the name of the rotting corpse boss in Symphony?
What?
Was
Beelzebub,
it
right?
Beelzebub, yeah. My
Yeah.
brain kept saying Pazuzu. I'm like, it's not Pazuzu, it's the other one. Because my brain's thinking Exorcist, I think. Yeah, Beelzebub's really cool, like artistically.
Yeah.
As a boss fight.
Oh
dog
yeah,
shit.
somebody
Yeah,
in
Like many
chat's talking
Symphony of the
about
Night
it.
boss fights, dog shit.
Somebody in chat's talking about skipping death, stealing your shit, because if you put in the right name, you get a special mode where all of Alucard's stats start at 1, except luck, which starts super high. And your constitution stat determines how far back you're thrown when you're hit. So you can get hit and fly through the room through the screen transition, through the other screen transition, and completely skip death, stealing all your shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty funny.
It's one of those iconic ones that's really good.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Symphony of the Night. I love its soundtrack. It's absolutely stunning when it came out. Like nothing else like it to date. Like the next closest is Super Metroid, and that's not the same.
No.
Like
Yeah.
So like
But
incredible stuff.
But Reverse Castle, not good.
No, it's terrible. asshole. It fucking sucks.
Okay, so I have to put this on record.
Okay.
I don't disagree with anything negative said about the reverse castle.
Uh-huh.
I love that shit. I love it every time. Oh, it's ridiculous padding. Yes, it is. I think it being bad and frustrating and terrible to navigate through fits its place in the story as Dracula's weird last-ditch effort to turn his castle of madness into an obstacle, and I love every time I get to play through it.
Maybe my son will get bored and go home.
I mean, yeah, that's like evil triumphs when it exhausts your vigilance.
Oh, fuck you, Iga. Fuck you.
What did he do?
Because there's that, you have to get to the end of the long spike hallway to get the glasses that let you, or to get the stone that opens the door to let you get the glasses that let you see the shaft's orb. You can fly through it with the bat.
Uh-huh.
And then there's a mist gate.
Uh-huh.
You can get through the mist gate as a bat. And then at the very end is a blue key door, which you cannot open as a bat. I fuck up and try to get through that as a bat every single time I play Symphony of the Night. Every single one. And you knew you did that on purpose. You could have made it so you can't transform from bat into mist and do that. But you didn't. You let me do that so I could get all the way, because the mist door is pretty, like the mist gate's pretty early on in that spiked hallway. Then there's like 3 times as much distance and the blue door. You're a dick, Iga.
Very funny. I love that you put on the armor and then the mist form breaks the spikes.
Yeah, it's great.
It's hilarious.
It's hilarious.
Like, how heavy is this?
This mist is very dense. It's like viscous, this mist. Did you play anything else?
Nope. Please show up at my stream on Saturday for my birthday donathon. The first goal is Conker Live and Reloaded. The second is, oh God, let me fucking open the list. Oh, let me open the fucking list. You don't have to put it up again, but I'll whip through them real quick. If I can find my promo image.
It's okay. I got some. I can just
Hit a button.
Oh, I was gonna say I can show chat some funny gifs while you're doing that. For example.
Okay, so Conker Live and Reloaded, Barkley, Shut Up and Jam Gaiden, all 3 Mega Man Legends games. That includes Tron Bond. There is no real Mega Man Legends 3. You get sounds. Isn't that gonna be fun?
I will unmute my streams finally.
I have to do the Punch-Out challenge where I have to play all 3 Punch-Out games and keep my win, loss, and knockdown records and then commission art based on how successful I am. So if I do really well,
Wait a minute.
but still get knocked down a bunch, yeah, that's last year's, man.
Wait a minute.
If I do really well and still get knocked down a bunch, I might have to be doing my victory lap in a wheelchair. There will be it will be mostly easy except for the back half of original Punch-Out and the back half of title defense mode of Punch-Out Wii. Super Punch-Out's a joke. I could beat that game in my sleep.
Them's fighting words.
That's the one I don't even feel like I have to practice.
Maybe that's because you played it so much as a kid. You ever think?
No,
of that?
I did not.
Damn it.
And then you get to vote on what the first Call of Duty campaign I will ever play is. You can make me see the nuke scene in 4. You can make me experience No Russian or play Black Ops 1 or what's the one where Ramirez has to do everything?
Modern Warfare 3, 2?
I don't remember. I just
Okay,
remember.
that's Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, it's 2.
Yeah.
I got
What a
it.
great
You
time.
can make me do Infinite Warfare, the space one that nobody seems to like, except I heard non-Call of Duty fans say that one's great.
Right.
since PS2 emulation seems to be working, you could do Call of Duty Finest Hour.
Ugh. You can make me do Black Ops Cold War, experience Adler.
What about Call of Duty Big Red 1?
You could make me do Ghosts. We could see the dog. We could see the great dog.
My computer started ramping up the CPU fan because I was scrolling through images too fast.
Wow. Reminder that Dan has the most powerful PC in the world.
Right.
Well, that's the thing. It literally doesn't spin the fan most of the time. Like, it's so quiet because it's going so slow. The only things that ever make me spin the fan outside of that weird moment just then that makes me think Windows is doing something.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yes, I am streaming. That's taking up like 9% of the CPU or something minuscule. 6% of the CPU is when I compile shaders and render videos. That's it.
That makes sense.
And since my GPU is water cooled, I don't hear that either. So honestly, anytime I hear it make a sound, I get fucking terrified.
Yeah.
Then High on Life and also Knife.
Ugh.
So I have to play through High on Life and then the DLC High on Knife. Which might be better than the base game because it doesn't have Justin Roiland involved.
Really? That was the timeline in that, huh?
I think so, yeah. Tier maker stream. Everybody's going to get to submit tier makers and tell me to rank them however the hell you want. And I'll pick from a random number generator. I will be filtering out, rank every Pokemon. Rank every Pokemon. Rank every single one. Because I think people would be pissed if the random number generator hits one that takes up 3 hours.
But what if you had to rank every Pokemon game, including Conquest?
That'd be fine. I would just have to have a tier that was, I didn't play this one.
Damn. A lot of shit can be in that list. You play Pokemon Rumble?
No. I don't think I've ever played any Pokemon spinoff that isn't, Coliseum. Like
Yeah,
one,
that's a pretty-
Stadium 1 and 2. Stadium 1 and 2. I did not play Coliseum.
Those are pretty normal.
I want to play those, the XD Gala Darkness thing at some point sometimes. That seems like a really
Same.
interesting game. And then Redneck Rampage Rides Again, the sequel to Redneck Rampage.
Christ.
And then finally, much as how I snapped open Final Fantasy VIII, I will snap open Star Ocean 2R for everybody, which is a game that has so much shit in it that just sounds made up. And also, it's the bounce.
We're here anyway.
So yeah, that's Saturday. Start Saturday. It'll continue until I can no longer lift my head.
Please go to Chris's birthday party on Saturday. Yeah, girl, you
And Sunday and Monday and
Monday,
Tuesday and
Tuesday.
Wednesday, and then it'll probably be done.
Aggro, did you play anything?
I did. I got to play the first bit of Arcane Age on the PSVR 2.
Arcane Age? Spell that,
Arcane
please.
Age. Arken.
Okay.
Huh.
This is what Vitruvius VR has been making. It's like I think it's shown up at like the last 3 shows. You play a weird green alien in a weird, mostly green alien place. I've actually got a couple screenshots I'm going to throw
Oh, cool. Great.
into the
Thank you.
channel here.
I was literally going to dig up images now. I like the Quark.
Yeah.
The Captain Quark I'm now looking
Yeah,
at.
he's great. So this is a weird VR game in that it's like a whole ass video game. And that it's kind of like a 6th gen action platformer
Weird.
where you collect stuff in a level. Like you've got a couple guns and you've got a sword and you've got a shield and I'm collecting currency and then like there's 8 or 10 little triangular boxes hidden throughout the level I have to collect, and they're easier to find if I find the one pickup that puts them on my map. It's a bizarre structure to see. Like, you're in a bunch of between loading zones, there are levels, and that's about the size of the level. Like, there are some doors in the periphery, there's some tunnels, you can jump in the water, climb up, you can climb up anything that's made of wood by flicking your wrists up, and little handles pop out of your gross tiny wrists, and you hit the grip buttons and you grip those handles and they activate like climbing hooks. And it lets you paint all of your weapons, like 3 different colors, then a decal color and the energy color.
Dope.
Yeah, no, like this game's really cool. There's a lot of shit in it. Like, I finished the second level, and there was a console in the middle where I got to scan in the head of one of the enemies I killed to access the security protocols and summon reinforcements, and it became like a wave defense mode where I could like get extra alloys and weapon mods. That weapon you're seeing, the part that I'm gripping is the base part of the weapon. The barrel, the sights, and the stock are all interchangeable.
Oh.
So you've got a small gun and a long gun, and the long gun started out as a shotgun. And then I turned it into basically a laser fire hose.
Ooh.
And now it's a crossbow. I've seen footage of that sword where you can replace the sword blade with an axe head that you swing, and then the axe head flies off and is now a projectile. Yeah, no, this game is nuts. It suffers a little bit in the playing because the last 2 games I just got done playing were some of the best melee and some of the best shooting I'd ever played in VR. So I'm like, oh, the combat's not as good as other games I've played, but holy shit. The traversal, I had to climb and jump up here. There is a jump button. I have now played a good VR game with a jump button.
Hooray.
You've also got like a full body. Like, if you look down, there's a whole body down there. And like arms that track with your hands and work most of the time. It's crazy. There's also scary shit in the water sometimes.
Resistance 2?
And you can swim around it a bunch, and it basically ignores you until you think that it's not going to fuck with you, and then you get right in front of it. And all those protrusions on the front turn red, and it fucking kills you.
Oh, that sounds great.
The tutorial of this game is nuts. Like, you load in and turn around, and you are sitting at the foot of the throne of a machine god. This setting is nuts. It is weird in a way that, like I said, it was kind of like a 6th gen action platformer. It's kind of like 6th gen weird ass alien setting. Like, I kept thinking about Oddworld with a bunch of the designs. And how it dropped me in with a bunch of aliens who were like, we're going to tell you some of the plot, and you'll kind of get it if you pay attention.
Yeah, the way it looks, for some reason, I'm just reminded of Turok on the 64.
From what I've gathered, it seems like this is a planet that humans terraformed, and they either made or found the race that you're playing, and some fucked up shit happened.
Ooh.
And now, like, everybody refers to you as untethered because you are untethered from death. Every time you die, you respawn in the last teleporter you got to, and then go back soul style and like get some of the energy currency / ammo off of your corpse.
Of course.
But it was wild to find. Like, it's a whole ass game. Level by level, finding hidden stuff, finding new mods, yanking healing fruits off of trees. There are a bunch of scattered consoles around the game where, you know, it's VR as shit, where you like pull this lever and hit this button, and that's how you make your mods and paint your guns and turn this thing into that thing and dump all your collectibles into lava, and it spits out a bunch of alloy, which is your main currency.
This sounds too much like you're trying to trick me into playing a puzzle game.
The only puzzle I run into is find out how to get to this platform.
That's my least favorite kind of puzzle. The Soul Reaver had a number of those puzzles.
Dan, they don't want you to find a platform. They want you to figure out how to get in that hallway you don't see.
No, Bob, they want me to stand on a specific platform when I shift, and then it will connect just far enough for it to be a jump from the end of that to another platform.
God.
Maybe.
God, like I said before, there's in every level, there's a certain number of green triangular boxes you need to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't need to, but you need to. And if you find the weird alien corpse with like an astrolabe on it, you can absorb green energy from it, and now your pause menu is a physical object.
Ooh. Okay.
I guess it's not really a pause menu, but it does all the stuff that a pause menu does. You hit the button, and wherever your left hand is, this tablet opens up. And you can like go through and physically hit the buttons and scroll on the screen. And one of the screens is if you get that navigation data, it will pop up a circular compass that will point at where the closest one of these things is. And sometimes you're standing there next to an impassable rock wall with no way into, around, or through it, and it's pointing at it, and you feel real dumb. For like a good solid 2 minutes, and then you give up and you leave.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm assuming that's a universal experience. I don't
That's something you have to find out.
How much was this?
This was... I bought it yesterday. I should remember this.
$70.
No, those games do not exist.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah, what's up?
I was playing Beat Saber yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
It sure is appreciable how the PSVR 2 just works on the PS5 instantly, consistently, quickly, every time, unlike every other VR experience I've ever fucking had.
Weird that you'd bring that up.
It's just weird that I bring that up. You know what they dropped in Beat Saber, though? Metallica music.
Huh.
That's a choice.
Yeah.
This was $40.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and for that price, the number of times I've gone through a door and gone, holy shit! Yeah, no, this game's real good. If you have access to it, I recommend that you pick it up. This game is great.
Cool. I'll have to put it on my to-do list. You know, right behind Dynasty Warriors Origins. Probably ahead of Yakuza Pirate in Hawaii because they didn't give me a code. So now we're doing the thing where we wait for Sega to blink.
Yeah, give it 1 month and Sega will be like, $20?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Oh, Arcane Age is $25 or 25% off right now. I guess that's on PC probably. Probably.
Yeah.
Also, chat has reminded me, even though it was a separate drop, I think it was separated by a day. They did, in fact, put Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar on Beat Saber.
Makes sense.
Hilarious. But that sounds really cool. I'm really interested in this game, Aggro.
Oh, yeah.
For anyone who's not watching and cannot see the on-screen label, that was Arcane Age. Any idea if this came out already on other platforms, or is this all just like new?
No, yeah, like this just launched on PSVR 2 and Steam.
Okay, cool. Did you play anything else?
Or I guess it was like a month ago.
Hmm.
But no, that is all the stuff I've been playing.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah,
I've been playing something.
really.
One moment, I have to hit the game code provided by button.
Game code provided by
Xbox. I've been playing the PC version of Avowed.
Oh,
Thank
no.
you, Xbox,
Okay.
for the code.
I thought we were done.
How
with
different is
Avowed.
it from the version you played?
So as many people whose channels begin with D and have an F in the middle might tell you, the PC graphics are solved. Right, Bob?
Yeah.
Bob, you got to see it.
It was not solved, was it? Reminder, most powerful PC in the world.
So
Which is also an Xbox.
Just so we're clear.
Just so you know, this moment for me has been the most black-pilled I've ever been on high-end gaming in my life. And I genuinely wish Chris lived close enough so I could be like, come, look at my $1,600 2-year-old GPU that clowns on every other GPU in the world with the best gaming CPU ever. Run Avowed, the Unreal Engine 5 showcase of the year. Because holy fucking shit. Not only is it visually like, I can't tell you that you should appreciate anything it's technically doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Not one thing. Because objectively, broadly, subjectively, especially, you just look at it and go,
Yeah, it's a video game.
it doesn't look that special.
Yeah, I guess it looks better than Oblivion. Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
It's
They
same
better.
colors, but it's better.
I mean, Bob, have you seen Oblivion in 4K?
No.
I actually really like how Oblivion looks at 4K. As it turns out, renting
great.
games in 4K, it's pretty nice. It is worth noting.
Real 4K.
Real 4K,
Right,
yes.
of course.
Not the ghost of 4K that you are claiming is the.
Not 4K that the FDA makes you label as not real 4K. Artificial resolutions.
Every Unreal Engine 5 game, like there's a portrait of it wrapped up in someone's attic that ages for it.
Oh yeah, I need to get you to download Ninja Gaiden Black 2 on PC.
Yeah, because unfortunately this means I had to install all the Xbox stuff so that way I could register the code, which was not great. It was not great. Anyways, I posted some images, and I'm trying to go grab those real quick for one of the weird oddities that I always thought would be the case, but it's kind of depressing. We're already seeing it. Is the whole, well, ray tracing is realistic, ergo it looks good. This game, and it's like, I wish I had nicer ways to say certain things. There's just no nice way to put it. Everyone's like, ray tracing is going to make it so much easier to make games. Lighting will be realistic. This will just objectively be a good thing. And then I'm like, well, if you're not faking the lighting, wouldn't realistic lighting be really bad some of the times? Because you'd be dark as hell and you couldn't see anything. And as it turns out, yeah. And when we line up our characters, a person who's kidnapped another character and the person who was kidnapped for an extended period of time, and they have to do the sitcom lining up to say lines next to each other. God. It still looks really awkward, even with the world's most powerful gaming PC. I was legit in this cave and I could not see shit half of the time. But the funniest thing is I finally free this character that I'm talking about, okay? And I don't think I've told you about this at all, Bob, so you can appreciate.
I think I was here when you freed them.
No way. You were here for that?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, it was a lot.
It was a lot. So this game, much like a lot of the stuff coming out of Xbox Game Studios, they didn't let them finish.
No.
They just flat out didn't let them finish. Anyway, I freed her finally from his tyranny, and she's like, thank you. I will now return to the convoy. And she just sat down.
Yeah.
She plopped down in the cave still. And then when I quick traveled all the way to the correct spot, she was there. Yeah, the ray tracing, like, some parts of it really don't look right. Like, you can already see one part that really doesn't look right there. You can see how there's that fireplace in the rock wall to the left of me, and for some reason it's casting a shade towards the insanely bright fire in the background.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes it really hard to see anyone's face in this game. Like, I ran into characters with, like, something on their head, and I couldn't read their expression at all. Like, my fishman ally was insanely impossible to read his expression at all at any time and day.
That sort of thing where the NPC just sits down. Like, we solved this on like the PS1 and PS2. Just have him walk a little bit off screen, walk around a
just
corner, fade him out.
Just fade him out.
In really fancy games like Dark Forces 2, they open a door and they go in the door and the door close.
And then you can't open the door to follow.
You can't. I know it's an advanced tactic.
It was just truly stunning to see this game running on this PC where I've been told it's visually solved and then just feel depressed. The way I can best express it, and I say this not being hyperbolistic at all, I feel like the 4090 has been me getting a reserve early seating, early viewing for the end. Like the end of time, the end of technology. Like, yep, that's where everyone else will get to be in 10 years if they're lucky.
This is what we're fighting for?
10 years, they'll be lucky to have a 4090 capable GPU at any price below a 4090's price.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels miserable. It feels miserable to be like, this is why we ruined art direction. This is why resolution can't be real. For ray tracing, and look at what it got us. Look at what this looks like. Like, you saw it.
Yeah, no.
I literally think the vision of looking at this game on a high-end PC instills a deep, morose, somber feeling of,
yeah, if that's what real-time lighting does with ray tracing, like, that's miserable. Like, we're sitting, this final area is a place ravaged by volcanoes, filled with lava, and somehow there's no clouds, but it's all just kind of overcast and dark everywhere you look.
yeah.
Makes no sense.
Keep in mind, this game has like real time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as it continues, there's a day-night cycle, and so it gets unbelievably dark at some point. There were other visual glitches. I actually didn't have much I wanted to say on that front, because they were just products of the game not being done, like flat out. You can't sit there and say the game was done when I got it on console, because I paid $25 on, or $22.50, because I saved money with Game Pass to get the premium version, in order to play that on Game Pass on console. You can't say it was done when I played it, because they immediately rehauled everything about how power scaling works 4 days later. So yeah, I'm not going to play the game I played with Indiana Jones, where I have to keep saying over and over, this game's clearly not done, and watch a bunch of journalists go, well, no. Look at the ray tracing version. The ray tracing version looks good, actually, and it's just because of the pitiful Xbox. And then 2 weeks later, they patch it. Oh, it's done now. Weird. So anyway, I'm gonna maybe in the next couple of weeks here do a fresh file on Avowed as a stream with the PC both playing the game and streaming it, because I was always curious how that would go. So please stop by for that stream to watch my PC burst into flames.
Right? It's like you have to install Windows live.
Bob, it'll just simply break. If this is too much, it won't be the hard drive went this time. It'll be everything's dead. I killed everything. I still think something neat could be in this game. It's almost really good or pretty good, but it's just that power scaling and the lack of ability to bring yourself up in the rankings here is such a bummer. I've heard people, and I don't know if I trust them, I've heard people have said you could just avoid the power scaling thing being a pain in the ass and dog shit by not using a weapon at all and punching everything to death. And I'm so curious if that works.
Like if that's a way to play through the game, I mean, sure.
Then there you go. You made Xenoclash 3.
Right?
Good job.
I know that you could do quirky things like that in like KOTOR 2. You could be an unarmed Jedi that could do weird shit.
Cool.
And I think there was stuff like that in Alpha Protocol also. So it wouldn't surprise me if unarmed is just like incredibly broken somehow.
I know that's how I played Oblivion the first couple times, but I have no idea if that it was actually optimal or not.
Yeah, I'm really interested to check that out on my next run. It's going to be really good. I'm going to have a fun time with that. Please
just make a game that plays like Breakdown, but is like Oblivion-like.
Ooh, yeah, just grab a dude and slam his head into the ground and he explodes.
Yeah, I really want like the Punch Wizard game where you're just like doing heat moves on orcs.
Yeah. That'd be fantastic.
Like you're just grabbing the hork and smashing its face into the corner of a building.
I hope they patch the hell out of this game and improve it.
Yeah, hopefully.
I mean, it's an Obsidian
PS5
game, so they will do that.
Or they'll shut down.
Microsoft wouldn't do that, right?
Man, I'm so afraid that we're just gonna have to show and be like, yeah, the Avowed team had layoffs.
Yeah. No,
because they won't shut Obsidian down. They still have the Outer Worlds 2 coming this year. Get fucking scared for the end of next fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Good
then
Lord.
both of Obsidian's projects will be out.
Right.
But yeah,
And it will be time for their new project to start full production, meaning it's always possible for Microsoft to go, no, we don't want to devote that much resource.
why would we make a sequel to Avowed that was way better in every way? Do you hear
Why would we
yourself?
make a Fallout game to maybe come out anywhere near that second season? Or third season, because by the time it came out, it would be the third
Yeah.
season. Unless they're working on it already. They might be. It wouldn't take as long, especially if they're using the Fallout 4 engine and all the assets of Fallout 4.
Something tells me they would probably just make something in Unreal Engine 5, because even the remake of Fallout that's rumored. Wait, no, it's a remake of something else. Oblivion? Morrowind?
I think it's
is using
Oblivion.
Yeah, it's Oblivion. Is
I
using
don't believe
Unreal
that's
Engine
real.
5. Oh, okay.
I mean, I feel like if they're going to release another Fallout to coincide with the show, then the easiest course of action would be to just feed season 1 of the show into their magic bean factory and let AI make the game for them.
You're right. I'm biting my tongue so hard right now because I had to. Nope. Nope. I'm telling myself there's no way to politely bring it up. So. Hey, did you know one of the appreciable qualities about Big Think Dimension is we'll fucking tell you how it is and not sit there and talk around the fact that AI thing is complete horseshit? I just think that's really appreciable. Gaming podcasts drive me insane.
Yeah, no, I don't know how anyone can look at that and not just be immediately like, yeah, this is lies and this is never going to make any sense.
Are there people who aren't doing that? Every single person I've seen has been like, this isn't real. This is fake.
Anyways, I look forward to talking about Avowed more in the future. Look forward to that stream in the next couple of weeks. I don't want to think about how this is the pinnacle of high-end graphics in gaming, because, oh my God.
Man.
I've never been so instantly depressed by a game and how it looked.
Mm-hmm.
I really do not want that Oblivion Unreal Engine 5 shit to be real, because it's going to be like, okay, so I pay more money for a melty, bad performing version of a game that now, thanks to the progress of technology, runs perfectly at any resolution you can think of and has 15, almost 20. I think that game was 2006, so 19 years of mod support.
Mm-hmm.
But the TAA and the Nano and the Megalites and the Nanite, all worth getting rid of all that.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be just fucking crazy if Epic tricked everyone into using really bad technology that made their visuals look terrible again. It'd be weird if 7th Gen was repeating and then no one called them out on it. And for some reason, all the studios led by executives who understand Unreal Engine 5 is new technology and new technology is better than old technology, just ended up talking really positively about all of these noisy graphics technologies. That would be insane.
Man, I follow some like finance journalists and they're all kind of like, the moves that these rich people are making, they would only make if they don't expect any real new technology to happen for 20 years.
Uh-huh. Why would that be? Weird. Anyway, Bob, I hear you might have played some demos. That's a part of Steam Next Fest.
I did play some Steam Next Fest demos.
Such as
Beyond the Ice Palace 2. A sequel to, I think, a Commodore 64 game? Something like that. One of those weird old PCs. For this, it's like a weird mix of a Metroidvania and Classicvania. Like, you literally see the Classicvania style map that you're going across, but you can warp back to different, like, the checkpoints in each level and re-explore stuff. It's a strange combination, but it's got a ton of different whipping mechanics. It has a bunch of things to swing from. And you weirdly have a stamina meter that's used not for the movement stuff, but for like your heavy attacks. The whole thing's kind of intentionally slower moving. You play as like this undead king who has the whip weapons, and he can transform and get like electric whips. It's neat. It's very slow and methodical feeling. So sometimes that doesn't feel great, especially during boss fights, but I'm liking it. I think it's a pretty cool game. Yeah,
Just make sure you say the name again at the
Yes.
end before you go on to the next game, because audio listeners appreciate it.
That is Beyond the Ice Palace 2. I would definitely 2. Again, like after I don't know 30 years or something.
One moment. It looks a little bit different from the original. Let me pull up that image real quick. It looks mildly different from the original.
Yeah. Oh my god, that is the same guy, but he is now like you see like blonde-haired king like this in the intro, and he dies.
Oh no!
And he gets resurrected as this undead king to get revenge.
Oh my god.
It's very edgy.
He's so cool.
But yeah, the plot's something insane. Like, oh yeah, an arrow comes down from the heavens yearly and hits him and chooses him as the one true king. And apparently, I guess that the plot of the original game, like that's what chose him to get the powers to let him beat the original Ice Palace.
Cool.
And then in this one, like someone stole the arrow and shot him with a corrupted arrow instead.
Mm-hmm.
And he just stood there and took it, of course.
Oh,
because it always hits him. So
I feel like he shouldn't do that.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Dodge the arrow like some kind of wuss?
So then they broke the true arrow gets broken up into 5 pieces, and you go kill his commanders to get them back, and hopefully turn back into a regular king instead of an undead king. But we'll see. Might be too edgy for that. I also tried, based on a recommendation from someone, Zorro and Zed, which is a 3D action game.
Zorro and Zed?
Yeah, where you play as he looks like a bipedal rat with a giant head. It's kind of a hideous little thing.
Oh, it's 2 R's and 2 D's. Oh,
yes.
Damn. I was close, damn it. He looks kind of like a bat in this picture.
Yeah, he's kind of got flying squirrel look to him, where he's got almost wings, but it's in game, it comes off more as just a rat. But yeah, it's a super linear action game that's also pretending it has a Dark Souls structure with bonfires and stuff, but it's really just, no, there's combat rooms. You go between them. You have like one attack where he swings his sword and dashes forward a little bit. The enemies have literally no like telegraphing of anything. They just sometimes shoot fire and sometimes do damage to you. Unclear exactly how. And you have your little buddy called Zed who flies around next to you and acts like the bot from your Automata where he shoots projectiles.
I see.
It's really bad. They also do a thing where, oh yeah, we've marked the stronger enemies and where combat rooms will be. There's just a little thing floating above that section that has that. I'm like, okay, how far above? About a mile. So you have to look directly up and see, like, oh, that's a tough enemy.
Jesus Christ.
I can tell if I look into the sky.
What is with this face? 1 second. It's very low res. Can I upscale? Can we zoom and enhance?
That looks broken. That's not how the game
that doesn't
looks.
look right. That looks like this is the crunchiest JPEG ever posted to the internet of this game.
No, that clearly did not render right at all.
All right.
He has a fur texture on him. It looks like 360 era.
Maybe they were playing with TAA.
Maybe
that's how it looks with DLSS Ultra Performance. You don't know.
Yeah, and then like every other room that some like demon lady comes out to be like, hey, I'll explain the controls to you. And you can either respond to Zorro or respond to Zed. And Zorro is like the typical cool guy, like I'm trying to think, like stoic cool guy response, and Zed's more like the Daxter response.
Okay. So this person made a weird game where you're like Jack and Daxter, but you're I'm his face, his expression.
I don't know why every picture is broken. This is not what the game looks like.
This is not what his face looks like?
This is not what his face looks like.
These are the images that are pulling for the Kotaku story for this game.
That's insane.
Was there a level creator of any sort?
Not that
or
I
a
saw.
Character creator of any
No.
sort? Okay.
Yeah, no, just booted up and I look like you do in that image there with this, the title screen sort of image.
Okay.
So I don't know. Why is there no non-broken images of this game? I'm sorry. I should have brought you some.
No, it's cool. You just throw them in a Word document, and then I wouldn't be able to use them. One moment. Now this looks, I assume, correct.
Now that's what the game looks like. But yeah, this game's really bad. Don't play it. This is Zoro and Zed.
Bob, Jupiter, Lord of the Damn Nexus, all one word, Damn Nexus. Seems pretty cool.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
I didn't find that. All I thought was the same exact dragon model in different sizes. I probably fought 50 of them before I turned it off.
All right.
Some of them blew fire and some didn't.
So, okay. That's enemy variety, I suppose.
I guess. I have to try out Wander Stop.
Because maybe.
Ooh, there's a demo out.
Yes, there is a demo out. Dr. Egger, you should play Blueprints. There's a demo for that.
Nice.
Which, again, the pun is that it's a prince, but it's blueprints because you move the rooms.
I will not be shamed for this.
Oh, yes, you will.
I have seen you two play puzzle games.
Yeah, but we didn't critically fail reading a sentence in an obvious pun.
But Wandersoft, this is the next game from the people who did Stanley Parable. It's like a weird farming / tea making game where you play as a warrior who's taken a stop in this, like they were on a high streak of winning battles for 3 years straight, and now they can't win anymore, and they're worn out and exhausted, and they're looking for a new master to train under, but they can't find one, and they are stuck here at this tea shop making tea. And it seems like the whole thing's just basically, hey, don't overwork yourself. And that's the entire premise of the game.
Why would a game dev make a game with that message?
And I don't really have much else to say because the beginning of the demo was like, hey, this does not transfer to the full game. The full game comes out like next month. And there's a bunch of this is a bunch of stuff where I'd like to play the game. I played enough for it to be like, okay, there are actually systems here. Like, this has actually got farming systems going on. Like, the farming's almost like a puzzle where you line up 3 crops in a row and they form like a seed or boosted seed. And then you can pick up the boosted seed and line up 3 of those and that'll make a fruit. And it seems like you'll be able to mix those with other types of seeds and fruits to get combinations. And then you dry that out to make tea. And it's like, okay, all these are mechanics and things, and it's not just because it's the Stanley Parable guy. I was a little worried that this was going to be like, oh, it's a metal layer, and I'm going to do a big twist reveal, and then it's not going to be a built-out game at all in these ways. Which I like Stanley Parable, but I didn't think that they would then go on to make a real video game, like a regular video game.
Yeah, I still need to play the enhanced Stanley Parable, because it has a bunch of shit I wasn't going to pay money for.
Yeah.
It's like, we added shit, and I'm like, cool, dog. I supported you the first time out.
Right.
This seems really cool.
Yeah. No, I like what I played quite a bit. It does feel like I wish I could go through the text a little faster because a lot of it is unread and everything. So you just, okay, it makes you like pause at each text box and I'm like, I read it. I don't even read that fast. I want to go through a little quicker.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of shocking.
Right. That was Wanderstop. I also played Gal Guardians Servants of the Dark.
Oh my god, this is the one that's actually a fucking Metroidvania like the first one should have been.
Yes. Unfortunately, much worse character designs than the first one because they're both just demon girl maids.
One moment, let me look it
Isn't
up.
Isn't it like Portrait of Ruin? Like you swap back and I know you swapped back and forth in the original, but this like don't they make it even like more explicit this time?
It seems exactly explicit. It like plays just like the other one. We even have the one girl with the anti-demon machine gun and the
anti-demon machine gun. You're Swiss cheese.
Which I don't know what they'll actually say because it's not translated yet. It's in Japanese. I hope that we get to hear her yell anti-demon machine gun, or maybe just demon machine gun because she's a demon.
It seems like those are the 2 previous characters up at the top, aren't they?
They are. I don't know if they'll be.
So
playable.
I imagine you'll unlock them.
You might. The main characters are these two demon girls. In the beginning of the game is like, oh, their demon castle gets taken over and their demon lord gets killed, and then you go around with the skull of that demon lord like floating around with you. And I guess that there's going to be something gameplay wise with that, but I didn't get to that yet. Hopefully that's in there as well. So far, it feels like it's Metroidvania, yes, because there's more explorable areas, but the areas seem a lot more simplistic and less interconnected than you might expect. Like, I feel like I'm just going to play through this level that is the forest. I just played through a level that was the first castle. Like, it didn't feel like connected to other stuff so much as it was just a linear area. So, jury's still on exactly how Metroidvania-esque it's going to be. As far as the leveling mechanics, it seems like you don't level up by killing stuff, but instead you just have random item drops. And the items are sub-weapon, basically, that have different power levels. Like, those will drop with, oh, well, this weapon has +3 luck or something.
Weird.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. I hope that it's good.
I wonder how that Love Live one is.
That
I
one,
never played the full game version of it.
right, I played the demo of that, and
Yeah, so did I.
unlike that one, you have like your basic weapons, like your machine gun, and the other character has a whip that are very much usable. Whereas in this, it seems like, or in that one, you didn't have basic attacks. Every attack was a special weapon that dropped. Whereas this is like, those are extra weapons. They have a limited amount of hearts to use them. So they aren't something you can just lean on to always use. And they're really weird ones. Like the first one I got was a grenade, but then immediately I got like summon a spider and throw a dagger up and to the left. So yeah, I'm not sure on it yet. I'm going to play more of the demo. I did not have a chance to finish it. But I want this to be good because it feels like it could be the breakout one of like, hey, you actually made a Metroidvania and just made it in your own universe instead of Love Live.
Yeah.
But that was Gal Guardians, Servants of the Dark.
Cool.
I also tried out Metro Gravity.
Metro Gravity.
Metro Gravity.
Is there space?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Metro Gravity is pretty neat. You play as a low polygon witch in a 3D environment. The witch has a gigantic butt with jiggle physics. I figure I just get this out up front because it might be enough for some people.
I see.
Let me look this up.
Even though she's low polygon, they put jiggle physics on it, and it's like, that looks real rough.
That is fucking...
I mean, that's fine. That's how Atlas works.
This is a weird, like, 3D puzzle game / Metroidvania platformer. So you just walk on any surface and gravity adjusts to it.
That sounds cool.
So it's kind of like Gravity Rush, but has more of a focus on actually having puzzles and stuff. You have a mode where you lock down the gravity to whatever surface you're currently on, and then you can do like, okay, I've done this. I can now just jump down a hallway. There's also a pendant you throw out that makes a column of gravity. And then you use that to solve puzzles like, okay, you need to get this block across the room. You need to move it using the gravity shaft. So you move around the area. There's also combat in it. The combat seems pretty simplistic, but has a weird timing mechanic where a metronome's on screen. I don't understand it at all. I'm not sure how that's going to expand. I hear there's also a parrying mechanic you get related to the metronome. Something I also haven't found. Because this game is extremely just open-ended immediately. Like, doesn't lead you in any direction at all. And has sort of the premise of being inside a dream. So the characters you meet are like act a little distant and weird, and literally your character's like, I'm dreaming, right? Which also kind of ties pretty well into this sort of environment where you walk on every surface and like the gravity is non-existent in a normal sense. So yeah, it's really neat. I'm excited to play more of it, but I'm worried that it's going to have too much combat stuff that's kind of rough. because I even went to discussion on Steam and everyone's like, "Yo, I can't figure out how to get this parry to work at all." So yeah, pretty cool. Definitely check out Metro Gravity. God, I forgot I played this.
What?
House of the Dead 2 remake
Oh my god.
by Forever Entertainment.
Oh my god.
They gave them another. We need to like hunt everybody who defended that Panzer Dragoon remake for sport.
Yep.
They put us on a doomed fucking timeline.
Yep. I tried to warn everyone, and yet here we are.
Yeah, they keep fooling Sega, and they fooled Square with that front mission one. What is the deal?
And Nintendo with the Donkey Kong.
Yeah. These guys need to actually be shut down. Like,
have to
this is
stop them.
terrible.
I won't allow this.
So, House of the Dead 2 remake looks and plays worse in every conceivable way than the original. That's all you need to know. It just looks hideous.
Yeah, literally absolute dog shit. It looks terrible. I saw 8 seconds of a live stream the dev was doing directly to the Steam page, and I was like, my God, you're competing with the Sega Saturn. Stop making it look impossible.
Yeah. Literally no sense of art direction at all. Hideous. And like Dan said, it's a Sega Saturn game. This was not a high bar. You could have at least tried to maintain any of the style, but you didn't. So yeah, don't play that. Just don't.
Or maybe look at it and then
Get angry.
Can you like review a demo? Can you leave a Steam review for a demo?
I don't think so. You should be able to though.
Did you get to the line about suffer like G did?
I don't think so.
Ah, damn. Wow. Damn.
But that was the House of the Dead 2 remake. I also tried Ghost Hand.
Is that where you sit on it? So that way it doesn't feel like your own hand, Bob?
Oh my God.
Maybe this is a weird time to bring that up.
Ghost Hand is a very strange game, which I guess is on Kickstarter now. I saw that on the menu. But the opening level is like, it plays like Star Fox in the free range mode where you're flying around on a dragon fighting an airship, kind of like at the beginning of Panzer Dragoon Orta. And then it immediately becomes a 2D action game with where you fight with your giant ghost hands. And then it does a flashback and you lose all your powers. And all of these gameplay modes feel terrible.
Oh.
Unfortunately, like they just feel super rough and unpolished in a way that you don't expect with how good the game looks, because the game has like really nice stylistic 3D graphics with pixel art on top of it. Like a character's pixel art.
This looks extremely nice.
Yeah. The closest thing I can feel like how it felt was one of those games that came out on the PS3 era that was published by Platini di Fisto.
Platine
Positifu. Like, it's one of those sort of games.
Our new bit. Me trying to get Bob to say this horrible name correctly for an hour.
Yeah. The game looks really neat. I wish the character had, like, they move them kind of like Gundam Battle Assault characters where every limb moves individually.
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing this.
Super weird on a humanoid character.
This is really cool looking. Holy shit.
Yeah. But then, like, moving around the environment is so strange. I have to assume they'll keep polishing it or something, because it is super rough and kind of broken in a lot of areas. Like, you jump on it, you do a wall jump, and she spins off wildly in whatever direction you wall jump off of.
Ooh.
And I sequence broke the demo and got stuck in a place I couldn't do anything. So, yeah, really hopeful though. Go check it out. I wouldn't put your support behind it yet, but try the demo out and see what this game looks like.
Oh yeah, I can some parts of this is embedding a GIF properly, so I can pop it up and you can see the sort of cool visual style.
Yeah, a lot of areas are designed three-dimensionally like that, where you're moving around a circular space like Klonoa.
Yeah, that's sick as hell.
Yeah. Really neat stuff. I hope they polish the gameplay and make it, because I feel like a lot of mechanics are like the baseline is there, but you need to like make it cohesive and fit together. Heck, even punching with the ghost hands doesn't feel that bad, but moving and jumping around does.
Huh.
And then that flying ship sequence, a nightmare. Like I've not played a flying sequence that felt quite that bad.
Huh.
Also, no collision exists when you're flying. It, like, you just fly directly through the giant airship you're attacking. It's strange.
That's because
Yeah, I'm like, the guys, maybe put that in the cutscene. Maybe don't let people play that yet.
So this is on Kickstarter? Because they put that in the logo for the game, but I actually don't see anything about that.
Right, and I see the Kickstarter link when I play the demo. Like, I didn't click it, but it's allegedly there.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
And that was Ghost Hand. And the last one I played was Haste, Broken Worlds.
Oh, I was hoping there was no subtitle and it'd be like, yeah, we're back to 7th gen naming, baby.
This is a weird 3D auto runner that's a roguelike. So imagine the Sonic the Hedgehog in an Unreal Engine environment running fast on a grassy field. Now imagine someone who's like, I can make a roguelike out of that. So you run and then automatically jump when you get to the tip of a hill.
Uh-huh.
And then you have to, you have a button to descend faster. So you have to land on the downward slope of another hill. And then you'll build speed.
Yeah, okay. All right.
And that's it.
Okay, I'm interested.
Yeah, it's neat.
I'm very interested.
The character designs are really nice for such a weirdly simplistic concept. And I have no idea what the roguelike in between, like, what do you carry over between runs is. But yeah, it looks nice.
Hey, Aggro.
Yes, sir.
Our mutual friend Xeon was over the other day, and we had to explain the delineation between a roguelite and a roguelike. And watching her eyes glaze over as we did that was delightful.
Yeah.
Well, what's the delineation now?
The delineation is supposed to be how many elements carry over ?
Yeah, because a roguelike.
This is the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
The reason,
How
the
I
reason
was
that-
understood.
Yeah, normally I just
Yeah.
hear neither word means anything anymore.
Yeah, the reason they started using roguelite is because there would be more progression elements that carry over in between runs, where roguelikes aren't supposed to.
Right.
But then, of course, people are going to use them in their own ways, as all things.
Mm-hmm. And purists will get super angry about one or the other.
It was really good because, Spiff was in the room, and I explained to Spiff the whole evolution of... So Metroidvania literally used to be us trying to describe the Castlevanias that were like Metroid, and then it got co-opted as a genre term, so then we used Igavania. And then for the Bloodstain video, some people got upset that he called it an Igavania because they were like, that's very egotistical. And I'm just like, we can't win with you assholes. You're going to steal our term, we're going to make a new term, and then you're going to say it's egotistical for anyone to use that. I fucking hate you. Anyways, Xeon immediately went on the rant about that. I was like,
How come the people who get really mad at Souls-like don't get mad at roguelike?
They probably do.
I don't know.
I don't think they know Rogue was actually a game.
Yeah,
Oh,
probably
yeah,
not.
that's
Most
a huge
people,
stat, yeah.
the vast majority of people don't know Rogue's a game. And they also probably think the genre of roguelike was invented in like 2009 at earliest.
Right. But that's all the games. That last one was Haste Broken Worlds. We also watched the movie.
We did watch a movie, and it's really important to talk about this on Big Think Dimension because, my God, I want to have a positive influence on what you experience, audience. We watched Twilight of the Warriors, Walled In, a fucking action movie that got made last year that's badass as fuck. It's like martial arts action set in fucking Kowloon, Hong Kong in the 90s. Fucking amazing movie. Like one of my favorite fucking films. It's really far up there. And if you have Amazon Prime in the United States of America, and maybe if you aren't, you can watch that for the next few days. So go do that. I don't care if it's that or our stream. Go do that and then visit our stream and realize Timer Chan's dead. Have yourself a great time. That movie's fantastic. I want to watch it again at some point on like the new TV in 4K because we watched the stream and I was like, oh man, this is great. I want to own this.
Yeah, no, it's really good. It's like actually got an emotional, well-told story and absurd action sequences that are straight out of like anime stuff. Like
it is literally, we have power scaled the dude in a way that's insane that I feel like maybe Baki or some other anime would.
Right.
And so you've got 4 guys fighting this really strong dude that is so strong it's absurd.
And you have a dude named Cyclone who punches guys and they literally spin twist into the whatever wall they're nearest
We're
to.
talking, he does that and shatters some ribs on a dude one time. It's fucking good. But these 4 guys are teaming up on this one super powerful dude. And I could tell you how he's super powerful, but man, I don't want to spoil that for you because when you hit that point, you'll probably cackle. But the 4 dudes are teaming up on one because, God, he's so strong. And they have each taken a chain that is attached to a different limb of his. And all 4 of them are whipping him into the air and then face down into the ground repeatedly. It is so good to see something so savagely brutal break out in the middle of a really well done martial arts fight. There are so many delightful moments of this. It is absolutely great. That again is Twilight of the Warriors: Walled In. It's doing the Predator handshake with fucking Slitterhead for dope shit made in 2024 involving Kowloon.
Very specific set of things.
Very excited for the 2 sequels they're making. What? Oh, that's awesome. No, this thing was great.
Yeah.
It was stupendous.
Get the same like cast and director and choreographer. I'll be there, of course.
Every time. Every time. Anyways, it's based on a comic series. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, no, it was incredible. Absolutely dope. Everybody should watch that. You know who could especially appreciate it?
Oh, who's that?
As appreciators of things that are good, these good taste havers.
Who could have such good taste?
The Podlord!
Oh, my God!
Oh, fuck.
OBS?
Oh, no!
No?
No?
Why are you looking at that? That's not even... Oh, you're scaring me. We're gonna jump back to that scene before I change this. There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Man, I really love Fat Dan in this image for all of time. That's...
We just can't make a new one. It's
We can't
impossible.
make a new one. I couldn't possibly grab my forehead at random.
No.
We should get our thumbnail guy. You know, when we outsource our thumbnails, we should get him to make a Podlord.
It feels really
he would love
ridiculous
that.
we
Yeah.
haven't done that.
Why haven't I thought of that until right now? I don't know. I find Fat Jolly Dan. Jolly. I find it funny that we just keep reusing this image from years ago. Anyways. Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27. Meanwhile, in an alternate history, oh fuck, the Zune Lords!
Oh, fuck.
God damn it. Why is Jinkari still there?
He would have a Zune.
He would! Rado. There were shades. They were wonderful. I'm tired.
WTF Spider-Man. David Zaslav POV. Condemned 2.
I hate to. This ain't his fault.
The bout dies in no time.
I know a lot of Fujoshi who like that series.
I'm trying to find if they actually put Kari in there somewhere.
I mean, he's right there in the center.
And yeah, that's him in the center, Bob. Can you not recognize Jin
They
Kari?
changed that character's hair color
Oh my god,
and,
okay.
and gave him the scar.
Yeah, I finally found the scar. It's so tiny.
The joke is that this vampire keeps like turning into sand. He keeps turning into sand and regenerating. That's why he's Jinkaria, because Jinkaria turns into dust.
That's true. That does happen.
Makabun. Once aggro beats Reverie, will we get the Chris and aggro tier list of people Reed Schwarzer has fucked?
Okay.
Bet.
Chrissy. That dumb fuck Juicifrost. Cooper take. Deep. That's all, folks.
God.
Yup.
Indigo Sykes. Foul Nido something.
Whoa. That's a strong stance.
Yeah.
That might be the foulest one yet.
Right? Holy shit.
Gaijin. Shinji16 is begging you to check out one of his favorite games of all time, Star of Providence by Team D13. This raccoon yearns for the mines.
Oh, it's really good. I really
It's
like
real
that.
good.
He's like an NPC in one of those Fuga Melody Steel games.
Put him in the cannon.
Only children go in the cannon. He's working man.
Lord's posting is on break for the next 2 weeks. I'm very excited for 2 when I get time again.
I'm surprised you
excited.
switched to the Blades of Flame.
Yeah, what the hell?
I'm excited for Dan and Bob to try and beat Lords of Shadow on PS3 emulation.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be great.
Space Marine secret level has allowed a start season 2. The Emperor approves.
Man, I'm pretty interested in that Amazon Warhammer show. I wonder what it's gonna be.
Sarah Lean. Timothy Pfister is so excited that his boy is explicitly confirmed to be coming back.
I like the edit. That's a good edit.
It's been 8 years. I'm sorry. I forgot to do the Podlord segment. I'm just bopping to the music. It's a really good song. The Hard M. Posting the flagship monsters until Wilds. Here is the final one. Malzeno, the Vampire Dragon.
Squinting really hard to make sure this dragon doesn't have a chin scar.
Right. I assume this is what he looks like in the game. Like they
Yeah,
get
I
this
think
material
we're safe.
Morphic fucking plushie.
Yeah.
Your
That'd be kind of
photogrammetry
horrifying.
plushie. That would be awesome.
That'd be like, it was all worth it. You know, a Temporal AA, the PS5 Pro, it was worth it.
Matty Moe. Pleochrome. Emmett Selch in Magic the Gathering has the Elder tag, making him the one humanoid among the Titans and Dragons born when the universe was made.
Yeah, he's real cool.
Who's hyped for Jackie Charch?
It's fine. It's gonna come out in like the next 2 days. It's not gonna be March, I promise.
We had Game of the Year. Dan went on a trip. I don't know what I got because it clearly wasn't COVID because I never coughed because I didn't get COVID sick.
Yeah. It's been that kind of week for everyone. Wishing the worst for the Davids leading WB and the best for those affected.
Yeah, get mad at the correct David. I'll call him out when we get there.
Virmvarm. Vlad the Third.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't come up with a bit, so here's a cat.
Good cat.
Yo.
Oh.
Did you make the cat's eyes bigger?
No, it's a very
It's a very uwu cat.
a very okay. Look at him, so adorable. He's a cutie.
Really scratching credulity calling yourself a Warriors fan when you actively say they haven't made a good one since 2005. I will give 8 a fair shake someday. However, no, I'm not going to say anything past 5 was better than 5. I'm sorry.
Okay, you can't run this angle when Dan is like already like, oh, Origins is my game of the year. You have to
No, apparently
continue
they
not
can.
liking. You have to continue not liking new thing for you to be able to run this angle.
No, Dan, you need to understand that Samurai Warriors is also Warriors, and you need to respect it.
I mean, Samurai is cool.
Okay.
I wasn't saying all of the Warriors games since 5 have been downhill, but you could maybe make that argument too. Wasn't the one I was making.
Right.
Look, we won't know until Age of Calamity runs well at all.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that.
Me too.
I hope-
I've owned it for
it-
so long. Shenron! I wish for the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4 to be good and for it to have Streetlight Manifesto song!
Making an Iron Galaxy game good is beyond my power. And then the balls fly up into the sky and scatter.
9 Souls Brain Rot in the year of our Lord 2025? Bob, this is great. I'm going to need you to come out and vocally not enjoy more games with good character designs. I love for them to be in the Pod Lords forever. Cryptid Bird. Digital Basic. Conchome. Former the Conchome. Also, I'm thinking about including the more eccentric humans.
Sure, go ahead. I want to see Fulgore in here.
Sephiroth preparing the giant meteor of consequences for the AAA gaming industry if GTA 6 barely earns under $1 billion.
Man. They sure did tee up to be like, yeah, we need literally half. We need an attach rate across Xbox and PlayStation of 50%.
Thank you very much to our Pod Lord.
Thank you, Pod Lords.
Thank you, Pod Lords.
And if you'd like to become a pod lord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits such as early access to chugging bleach and other things we're going to start here in the coming quarter. You get extended content from other shows we do. When indeed such content exists to be given to you, you get a patron. You fund a patron show. There is a patron-funded show. Man, I've done this so many times, and I still don't have an easy way to say this.
Uh-huh.
There is a patron-funded show one a month, either a good thing that is a private show and you vote on and we discuss it, or a bad thing and patrons get a private commentary track. Hey, guess what? We just recorded a cursed content on one of the worst things ever we've seen. Us. Yeah, us.
It was really dire.
You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119, which is a fantastic film. It is a full feature-length film you can only get on the GigaBoots Podcasting Network about a man going to Thailand to solve the injuring of his brother and also get a tax write-off on his trip to Thailand. And maybe he just asked some of the locals to be in the movie and they don't read their lines so good. Not that he does either.
No.
Patreon.com/GBpodcasts.
And you will
Make
get
sure-
Jackie January sometime.
You will.
Yeah,
I
and make sure
promise.
to like, leave a comment, and subscribe if you listen on YouTube. Patreon.com/GBpodcast.
We've got some news.
Wish we didn't.
Yeah, this is
This is a bad
Yeah,
week.
let's fucking go.
Oh, do we really go?
Yeah, we
No.
established. We set it down.
I don't.
Do you want to see if it'll work this time when I hit the play button?
Hey, it worked.
Incredible.
Okay, gaming crash is global. Everyone is stupid. Everyone.
Yay.
So, founder slash CEO of NetEase, William Ding, is a fucking idiot. He only wants games that both have an original IP and will make hundreds of millions of dollars.
What?
Cool.
They almost didn't release Marvel Rivals because it wasn't an original IP. Like, they almost canceled Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I heard that they were like, how hard is it to swap out every character for our own original characters while it was in development? They refuted this claim. They say they have a great relationship with Marvel, by the way.
Wow.
Sure. Now that the game is successful.
Yeah.
He has decided after, and by I mean literally him, like everybody else was like, this seems like a bad idea. And he's like, I'm the CEO.
He's not wrong. He is the CEO, so of course it's a bad decision.
He decided after years of investing in the gaming industry outside of China, he doesn't want any studios outside China. So now we know exactly what happened to Visions of Mana now, which is that midway through development, they got told, you're shutting down as soon as that game ships. We're not giving you any more time or money. Put out whatever the fuck you can.
Thanks. As a Mana fan, I appreciate you facing the orbital ion cannon at me. Fuck! Why did they do that to everyone involved?
I don't know.
That game could have been great.
This exact thing is also confirmed to be happening to every single studio NetEase opened.
Yup.
But David Cage Studio is okay, he said.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows. As we definitely haven't established multiple times, you don't know you're fucked until you are.
Yeah, and he definitely would be very honest about it if he knew he was fucked. David
course.
Cage is a very trustworthy source.
Yeah, Stories Eclipse is happening.
Quantic Dream made so much money selling their backlog of games. NetEase definitely can't keep selling those after shutting Quantic Dream down. But this is the Nagoshi studio, the former head of the Yakuza franchise's studio, Suda's studio, the Blaze Blue Guys studio. There's a studio headed by Hiroyuki Kobayashi, the lead producer for Devil May Cry and Sengoku Basara, and the producer of Dragon Quest since 8 had a studio. They got told, you're not getting any more time, you're not getting any more money, ship your game and we're shutting you down.
That's insane. They absorb so many of the talents from all across the industry. It's so
he just
messed
decided,
up.
well, I don't want any of that shit anymore.
Insane.
Infuriating.
Insane.
Incensing.
This is all because, wait for it, the growth mindset. NetEase may have been profitable for the past several years, but it hasn't gotten any bigger, and that has made William Ding insane. Because if you can't make $2 billion the year after you make $1 billion, you might as well just stick your head in a noose as far as these people are concerned.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's insane. That's so, how do you make more money if you don't have the products to release?
It turns out the economy is cyclical. The line goes up and it goes up and it goes up and then it comes up the bottom and we flatline.
Well, you see, Bob, they're going to focus on making original IPs that will make billions of dollars.
Using studios that no longer exist.
Just
they don't
walk
need
into the
those studios.
boardroom and say increase revenue and then go home.
Yeah,
Get paid $800 million a year.
Yeah.
They have canceled so many projects that NetEase might not release anything for the next year.
Yeah.
So many internal Chinese studio projects, not counting these external ones, because those are going to ship and then shut down. But none of their internal Chinese studios might not have a single game for the next year because they've canceled so much shit.
They're ready to make huge selling IPs though.
Well, yeah, their next game will be Marvel Rivals with all their original characters. They will also be making it. They will be directly competing with their own game and then wonder why that didn't work.
Can the industry get any dumber?
Well,
Well,
they
let's take a
constantly
look at
surprise me.
Right?
Warner Brothers Games is shutting down Monolith Productions. That is Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor. They were working on that Wonder Woman game. They made Blood, the best first-person shooter ever made. They made Fear, one of the best first-person shooters ever made. And just a fantastic studio. They're gone now. Also, Player First Games, who made Multiversus. And allegedly, I haven't had this confirmed by anybody, it's just something I've heard. The initial contract for Multiversus was for like 4 or 5 years of support. And WB went, we're not fucking shelling out with that. Buy them so we can shut them down.
Yep.
Yep.
They bought them so they could buy their way out of their contract.
Yep.
That should be legal.
Yeah.
And WB San Diego, which was a mobile studio that got put on allegedly a Genshin Impact type game. And then they're like, we don't want that. Go, get lost. You're gone. Now I need to say this. David Haddad was the head of WB Games for a fucking decade. David Zaslav wasn't involved until 2022.
Right. He hasn't been there a decade.
Right. This is which we covered last week when Schreier wrote that story of like all these studios are in shambles because Haddad.
Yeah, so both Zaslav is responsible for all the stupid shit on the TV and movie side. And I guess the overall decision here, but Haddad fucked everything up. He's the one that screwed everybody. More directly, anyway. Wonder Woman has been canceled. It's just like, well, we don't. First it was, well, we're rebooting, and it's like, well, why bother? Just fucking cancel it. Who cares?
It's just Wonder Woman. Nobody cares.
The important thing is that we tried. No, really. It's just, it's worth more PR to have tried making a Wonder Woman game than it was to actually try and make one.
Wait. You just said you didn't try to make one.
They promise to focus more on bigger games with bigger IPs.
What? How? They're already the biggest.
No, they want even bigger games. Even
Yeah,
bigger.
that's the problem. Their games weren't
Obviously.
big enough.
Clearly.
So there were 4 IPs they list as what will be their heavy hitters for their new focus for gaming. One was Mortal Kombat, so look forward for another mainline Mortal Kombat to flatline and kill that franchise in that studio.
Great. Cool.
Because I don't think after Mortal Kombat 1 kind of flagged at the end, I don't think going immediately into another one
Is smart at all.
is going to work out.
Not
Yeah,
in the
that's a
least.
terrible
No,
decision.
It's a terrible decision.
I'm sure it will also have even worse monetization.
But hear me out. Okay. What if there was Mortal Kombat, but it's also God of War 2018, and you get to play as beloved character Stryker?
No, see, it'll be an online platform like that where you can play as any of them, and it will cost $1.5 billion to put out.
No. That's
The other
that's even
IPs
worse.
are Harry Potter because of Hogwarts Legacy. It's like, hey, bro, guess what? You made that already.
Yeah, that's a one-time
made it?
thing.
No.
Like,
can't just keep doing that.
Hogwarts Legacy 2 might do good. It would probably do good, frankly. I'm not going to pretend it wasn't. It's not going to sell 30 million copies.
Yeah, it's not going to just be the same amount. It's not going to be the first one, but double the sales or something. Which was what they want, obviously.
Yeah, there were 25 years of like built up pressure of I want the game where I go to Hogwarts. That got released. You'll be lucky to get half.
But it'll cost more to develop.
Yeah, it will, because it's going to be a PS5 Series X exclusive. And an Unreal Engine 5 game. Then DC, kind of broad with that one. That might include multiple IPs. You also just canceled a big WB game, like in this press release that all this came out
By
in.
DC, they mean Batman. That's all
Yeah.
they mean.
Oh no, that's not true. We heard there were rumors that they're looking to spin up a clone of Marvel Rivals.
That's so sad.
Fine.
Even James Gunn is like, yeah, they're probably doing that.
This industry's so stupid.
It sucks so
It's like,
bad.
oh, cool, you started making Marvel Rivals competitor? It's got to be out in 4 years. And
4?
5, 6. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's gonna be so far past the iron being hot that it'll be dead
Yeah,
cold.
Do you understand that Blizzard had to fuck up for 8 years for Marvel Rivals to have its window? Like, you had to have multiple people that I know come out and say, every single update to Overwatch made me like that game less. For Marvel Rivals to have oxygen to breathe?
No, it's true. If Marvel Rivals literally launched in the high times, the good times of fucking Overwatch, I wouldn't have given it the time of day.
Yeah, no. It'd be like, oh, this is a knockoff. Even if it had all the mechanics that do make it different, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
Instead,
Yeah,
what's going to
like-
happen here is if they ship a game, they're going to ship it, and then Marvel Rivals is going to be like, throw the nuclear switch, Squirrel Girl in a thong.
Yeah.
And no one will fucking know it even launched because that's not what will be covering all of their feeds on Blue Sky.
And Game of Thrones is the last one. Are you fucking mental?
Yeah,
Are
that's-
you fucking stupid? You will never. I think you could probably make a Game of Thrones game if it was good that sold 5 million,
Yeah.
but you want 30. You're never gonna make it a Game of Thrones game that sells as much as Hogwarts Legacy. You can't. Guess what? 99.9999% of franchises do not have the sales potential of 30 million. Do you understand how many people that is?
You know,
That is.
back in the day,
That's-
we had like a release valve for this, and it was called Telltale will make a shitty game based on your IP.
Which they did.
They
for
did
Game
that
of
for
Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're not able to do that anymore.
Yeah,
So
like-
it's
Well, that
just
won't
like,
sell.
well,
That
we
won't
have
sell
to-
30 million copies.
It's not-
They want 30 million sales.
It's like Game of Thrones. Like, I don't even know that much about the universe, but just seeing like it from a distance, I'm like, that isn't a thing that can make a game that will sell 30 million copies. Like, what is it? Like, are you making Skyrim, but
well,
the Game of Thrones?
I
or-
mean, what if you just completely fucked up the tone and universe in order to make Shadow of Mordor, but it's Game of Thrones?
I'm like,
Bob, the answer is they don't know because they don't have one in development yet.
It just drives me crazy. It's like, yeah, the best you can get is like your Dragon Age, and Dragon Age don't sell 30 million copies.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
You don't know that the reason Dragon Age
Like,
didn't
you could-
sell 30 million
we'll-
copies, Bob.
Well, see, they'll
Please
make
look
a
forward to other
Witcher
news.
knockoff. They'll make a Witcher knockoff because The Witcher 3 sold that many copies. Actually, more. But they'll make a Witcher 3 knockoff because their Game of Thrones Witcher 3 knockoff will sell 50 million copies,
Sure.
or they'll shut down, or they'll fire 7,000 people.
Yeah.
One of those two things will happen.
I was just thinking about how CD Projekt Red would actually be a really good dev to make a Game of Thrones game. However, they have their own IP.
They have their own IPs.
Like, I don't. They do. Do they not have Lord of the Rings anymore over there? Like, did they
No,
lose that IP?
Embracer owns Lord of the Rings.
Okay. All right. I was like, there's no world in which the game Lord of the Rings isn't a more valuable IP. But-
There might be some confusion. Like, I don't understand exactly how it works, but when that Embracer split up was like, okay, this company that split off has the entire Lord of the Rings IP, because Embracer bought the whole Lord of the Rings IP, not just the gaming rights, like all of it.
Mhm.
And I don't know how that works in regards to game and movie and TV rights, because those can get dicey and tied up
Right.
in weird contracts. But I think they have them.
Aggro, I feel like you've been trying to say something about this Game of Thrones thing and the possibility of making a game that sells 30 million. Is that correct, or?
Not really. I've had a shitty Tyrion's crossbow training joke on deck, but it didn't really break into the need to say it.
Yeah, maybe
I'd like to thank you for platforming me.
Maybe
You're
that's-
welcome,
Maybe
man.
that's the pathway to 30 million copies sold. Maybe we don't need like a big mega Game of Thrones game. Maybe we need a bunch of weird spin-off Game of Thrones games.
Oh, what that means we can get the Meta Labs to make their AAA 7th gen style Game of Thrones VR game,
Right?
Nobody
Batman?
Nobody is good enough at project management or has their shit together enough to even try this, but I would genuinely like somebody to go, we have $250 million. We'll split it among 6 games with small teams and see if we make more money than the $250 million super game.
Ta-da!
Amazing. Man, like the last season of this TV show is so bad. Everyone pretends it didn't happen.
Yeah, and I
know they-
kind of see people talk about the spin-off, like the House of the Dragon spin-off sometimes, but not nearly in the same amount. Like, guys, your moment passed.
Right?
Look, I know this is a biased thing, but the most of the time when I hear them talk about it, it's that they can't fucking see anything and how well a new TV can fix how it looks. Hey, Bob, what's up?
I'm just
You look a little upset.
my smile and optimism is gone.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, wrap us up with a haiku.
There are Davids ruining this world. I should drown them.
Close enough.
This is what Jin Sakai would have said.
Yes.
And finally, much smaller in scale, but Dauntless is shutting down May 29th. So here's what happened to Dauntless. They were acquired by a Web 3.0 company. That's crypto and NFTs and shit like that.
God.
They aggressively pushed for that shit to be put into the game, and they were like, no. And they're like, well, you have to take out everybody's progression and replace it with microtransactions. And that killed the game in 2 months. This update came out at the start of December.
Wow.
It didn't even take 3 months for them to be like, we lost every single player.
Man, it's almost like companies like this are complete scams and just propped up by literal like toothpicks. Like it's all.
Oh, did you
Smoke and
see
mirrors.
that the security, the trade commission is getting really close to just saying, crypto isn't a security.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Oh no, it's so that you can run crypto scams and not get sent to jail.
I wonder why they would do that.
Because you can't do
Is there
because you
any
can't do
reason-
security fraud if they're not securities. They explicitly put out a thing today saying, well, if it's a crypto that obviously isn't meant to be used as a currency but just a speculative asset, then it's not a security.
Gee, I wonder.
so it's for, like,
why the people in charge of this country would do such a thing.
No, but
probably because there have
cryptos.
Yeah, probably because there's been like 18. The next 4 years are just going to be Trump rug pulling his own fans over and over and over. But yeah, it was explicitly like, if you buy fucking Soy Jack coin and lose all your money the next day, that's not a security. You can't say anything. Pump and dumps are now legal if they're for the stupidest shit in the world.
Can we just agree we ended up on the dumbest timeline? Can we just?
I think that's really obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Sus. Ugh. Things got so dumb. Literally, if you were transported 5 years ago, you would go insane from how normal shit was.
Yeah.
Well,
It's like
7
it's like
years
that
ago.
post. It's like that post where the time traveler goes back in time before the owner of the Shiba Inu that is Doge took the picture. It's like, I can't tell you why this happened. Is it so horrible? No, it's just real fucking stupid.
Oh man, is that it? Are we out?
Yeah, we're out.
Oh, thank God.
Oh. Music
Okay.
stopped. He's gone.
Hey Bob,
Feels much safer.
my smile and optimism regained.
Oh, quickly.
Weirdly enough, I do have to talk about stuff that's terrible. I'm sorry,
on.
everyone. So I haven't talked about any of this individually because I wanted to group it all together to talk about it. But the NVIDIA 5000 GPU series has gone insane. It was bad enough before. It's gotten way worse. Let's start with the funnier stuff. They deprecated all support for the 32-bit physics support, meaning games as far back as the original Mirror's Edge run worse on a 5000 series GPU than a 980 because it cannot deal with the physics. Literally watched a video that went from 500 frames per second to, and I am not exaggerating, 7 because they broke Windows and Mirror's Edge. Absolutely sucks. The fact they hid that from people is nightmarish. They should be punished for this behavior.
I think there should be legal ramifications.
Well, Dan, it's unfortunate we don't have a government anymore, as Chris has mentioned many times.
100%. So, I think I chose a really good GPU to park on for the rest of gaming history, apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Luckily, other countries have functioning governments, and as America continues to piss them off more and more, they might start wanting to take a bat to the companies they see perhaps most closely associated with the American tech sector.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah.
We can hope.
Man, we watched the video of Borderlands 2 PhysX support for this. That stuff sure is cooler than any ray tracing has ever been.
It's hilarious because literally the exact thing in Borderlands 2 that makes it just start crawling is them doing cool clumps of dirt and water physics affected by gravity wells. And I'm like, Bob, it's literally the thing we were talking about on stream like 4 months ago of like, ray tracing sucks. You know what's based? Physics accelerated goop.
Yeah.
Give me RTX goo.
The goo looks cool.
The goo looks cool. And that's the same thing. So that's why that also runs like shit now on 5000 series GPUs. Another thing, 5000 series GPUs literally at random have ROPs that do not function. Just clusters of hardware inside of them that are broken.
Oh.
And they did not detect it before selling it to you for thousands of dollars. So you will have up to 4% worse performance. Just
isn't it 4% worse on the 5090?
Yeah, it's 4%.
But since it gets worse the lower your card because it's all of them.
Seemingly, it's weird in how it scales, but I heard the 4% thrown out for a card that wasn't the 5090.
Because I watched the Gamers Nexus video on this, and he's like, yeah, if you have a lower end card, the problem will be worse.
It is absolutely absurd because in some cases like this, like specifically the Gamers Nexus thing was about, you would be sitting there thinking a 5090 would make, or a 5080 would make any amount of sense because it's this percentage better than a 4080 Super. But then this happens to you, and guess what? It was worse or the same. So anyway, absolute nightmare situation. Another nightmare situation, I believe I implied this on a previous big thing, but I didn't talk about it too much. With the 4000 series GPU, they started using the 12-volt high power cable standard, which is instead of using 3 or 4 8-pin connectors to your power supplies, it would use one 12-pin connector. Now, people, you got to realize the 5000 series is way higher wattage than the 4000 series. A lot. 30% more, pushing it into the mid 500 watts. People started doing thermal scans, power cables started melting, and apparently it's just shunting a shitload of the power to an individual pair of pins instead of distributing it evenly across all 12. So I ran into, when this started happening, this meme, and I laughed so hard I started crying because I have not stopped saying, not enough shunt resistors can't load balance. Try 50 amps. Just 50 amps all in one wire. No sensing, no safety margin, just amps. You will certainly not regret 50 amps. The phrase, you will certainly not regret 50 amps, has been killing me. Clown dimension. So yeah, the 5000 series, it's really going well. You will certainly not regret the 5000 series. I'm going to steal this news. I assume someone wrote it down, but maybe they didn't. Oh yeah, Bob did.
Go for it, man. I wrote down a bunch of news.
They did it. They officially delayed Fable to 2026. Thank you, you rude motherfuckers. Why did you even pretend?
Does that, Bob, you watched that footage, right? Does it look done?
No.
Me and Bob watched that footage.
That's not making it out next year.
No.
That footage is so minimal
Yeah.
and so scant. That game does not look anywhere near done.
Well, they have some dude who's like sweating and just rambling on like, the game's done.
The funny
it looks
thing
great.
Is, the funny thing is, you know how we were talking about they decided at some point that Fable was probably the comedy game, so everything would be comedy now because that's the only thing that distinguished Fable in their opinion. Mm-hmm. That footage already shows that. They show you setting up a bear trap and putting delicious cooked sausages on a plate on the bear trap, so a werewolf will get tempted, and then the werewolf just attacks you anyway, and it doesn't even go for the sausages.
Yeah, that you just said sounds a lot like the first 3 Fables, honestly. That's the kind of humor that's in the first 3 Fables, not what I'm afraid of, which is going to be like them having like a comedy narrator or something.
Don't worry, they're gonna do both. Yeah, no, I feel like they're trying way too hard on the comedy angle of this. The funny thing is the guy who was on this Xbox podcast is like, yeah, somewhere around a few years ago, we really locked in the identity of what this was or something like that. I'm like, yeah, comedy game.
And what you can show is person walks down hallway. Person attacks with sword 3 times. Wow. That's the game.
Yeah, it's so depressing. No shit, this game's nowhere near done.
Yeah.
I thought it was really funny when Jeff Gerstmann's like, who are we kidding? That they've been working on this game for so long. How is 9 months gonna help? And I'm like,
yeah.
They'll ship it.
Right?
It's just, it took this long and it's at a crawl because, reminder, they won't have employees. They want to contract everything out. So it's a crawl.
Yeah.
Even when you know what you're going to make, it's a fucking crawl. But thank you for fucking delaying it instead of just sitting here pretending. Because you know.
Yeah,
and we knew.
Right. They were going to, I was surprised they didn't keep pretending until summer. It's like, yeah, now we can.
Yeah, it's like, I don't think it's going to be next year either.
I think it's incredibly likely it's not going to be next year, but hey, at least stop pretending it's this year. Thank you.
Like at the very least, it's going to be late next year, like November next year.
It's not going to be a summer or a spring release. That's
this
for sure.
wasn't. This wasn't. It slipped from October to March.
No. Like, look at that footage. This feels like we're in testing stages. Like it doesn't feel like we're in full production even.
Have they even announced that it's Unreal Engine 5?
I assumed it was on the Forza engine, but I don't know.
I assume at some point they started development on the Forza engine. Anyway, that TAA looks a lot like Unreal Engine 5. I'm just throwing that out there loosely.
Cool.
But we don't know.
We don't know.
Could be anything. It's pre-alpha. You're 9 months in and it's pre-alpha. You're
says
9
it's using
years
Forza
in.
Tech on Wikipedia, so unless they rebooted it and changed engines.
I'm just saying they could have, but who knows? I don't know.
Man, why would you get fucking Eidos Montreal to help on the game with your proprietary engine? That seems like not smart.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe they switched to Unreal Engine 5. Maybe it's still Forza Tech. Jesus Christ. Hey, Aggro, let's talk about your news. I don't want to go into Bob's second bullet yet.
So, you remember when Balatro came out?
Yeah.
And for some goddamn reason, it was rated PEGI 18 in Europe.
Yeah, because gambling?
Yes, because of all the gambling that's not in the game.
Same reason that Pokemon doesn't get to have Game Corner anymore.
Yep.
Well, that finally got adjusted back down.
Okay.
It is now PEGI 12.
Cool.
Not because the board made a mistake, but because upon further review, the complaints board has decided that some of the fantastical elements in the game sort of ameliorate the thing we were totally right about the whole time.
Oh, okay.
I see.
So can the fantastical elements of Pokemon let us have a fucking Game Corner again?
Nope.
Or have a casino in Dragon Quest again?
Nope.
I'm busting their balls, but honestly, I think whatever they have going is a lot better than what we have going, where now you can get the gambling app on your phone and throw away your income.
Yep.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4 leaked right after Wait, we brought it up in the last big thing.
Yeah, we brought it up in the last big thing, but we found out the Iron Galaxy part.
Yeah, we
the
found
next
out the
day.
Iron Galaxy part that night.
You
or
only
the
went on a
next day.
tangent on the stream.
Yep. But yeah, 3-4 March 4th, they're gonna announce this
Please
Tony Hawk Pro
fucking
Skater
be
3 plus 4.
good. Please be good.
Here's the connection.
Please don't fuck it up.
Iron Galaxy worked on the PC version of 1 plus 2. That's the
Okay.
connection.
Was it good?
Yeah, as I understand it, the Steam version's good.
Okay.
I
So
own it. I
maybe-
still haven't booted it.
Maybe we're safe.
I am terrified there.
Yeah.
I can't lie.
Right.
I'm fucking shit-ass terrified. This is such an important port. These are some of
I mean,
the...
I'm sure they're terrified because if this fucking goes over like a lead balloon, they're shutting down.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
God, they
remember,
already
it
had to
wasn't that
fire
long ago.
tons
They
of
were like,
people.
Iron Galaxy is having existential layoffs. Like, we must lay them off or we cannot function.
Yeah.
But
That
don't
should-
worry, if they have to close down, Microsoft will just buy them. And then not have them work on Killer Instinct, then close them down in a year.
Fucking terrified. Anyways, I'm looking forward to this. If I were to guess right now, I would say they're ripping all the goals out of 4 and just making them into normal levels, completely missing the point.
God, I hope not.
This
Jesus.
is what I've been worried
that
about the
would-
whole time.
that
They
would
said
be
they were gonna
really-
do 3 and 4 as DLC, because I don't know how you do that on that engine. They
That
better
would
not
be
do that.
completely defeating the point.
Right.
Sure
And
like,
fucking would.
But at the same time, they might be like, well, 4 is the one that didn't sell as well. So,
Did 4 not sell as well as 3?
yes, it
I
did
didn't
not
know
sell
that.
as well as 3. That's why they went to Underground with the next one. It's like, we can't number these anymore. We have to have like a clean break with a new thing.
Also, it's a new design ethos that reflects the fact they realize they cannot just keep making them harder and harder and harder and expecting anyone broadly to appreciate that. Because truly, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4 is the most ball-busting Mega Man X3 ass motherfucking game in the whole franchise. Which is cool for me, a freak. Normal people. God, yeah, so we what is that? 5 days? 7 days?
It's close.
That will be 5 days from now. Then we find out. Oh boy.
Think they're just gonna stealth drop it?
They might.
No way. You can't do that with a game that's going to be $70.
The
It
last
may
one
not
wasn't.
be $70. The last one wasn't full price.
Yeah, it was 50.
Was it?
Uh-huh.
Well, Microsoft owns them now, so it's going to be 70.
But yeah, this is a weird time for them to announce it, especially in this way that doesn't line up with what they did with 1 plus 2. So they might do something insane with it.
Yeah, I don't know. This
I have
whole
no
release
idea.
schedule, this whole thing is really quirky, so I don't know what to expect.
I don't understand. Like, guys, don't do these countdown sites anymore. People always just crack the site open and find out what it is. It happens literally every single time now. Don't even fucking bother.
I mean, this one was just up front with what it was. So I don't know.
I mean, technically it wasn't because
No, it
just-
wasn't.
it said March 4th. That's why
it
it's
said
up.
March 4th, but they put it in the Tony Hawk or in the skate level in Call of Duty, and then
And
was
then
like
made a
immediately-
website for, yeah.
made the website for that, and then it sounds like that photo was released by just like a Call of Duty YouTuber or something, and it looks very much like intentionally made,
Uh-huh.
like Bosman was saying,
Yeah.
and it feels
I'm
like they
just
didn't even
not
wanna
sure
hide
what
it.
information was cracked from the site.
Yeah, I don't think there was any.
I mean, that's how that we found out for sure it was 3 and 4.
It was being announced on March 4th. I thought that was obvious, but yeah. No, it's the tiniest.
That's how we found
layer's
out it
been
was
wrong.
Iron Galaxy, I think.
They're credited at the bottom of the webpage publicly.
Yeah,
That was
At
the part that made
at
my
the beginning they were?
uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what made my blood run cold. Because oh my god,
That's weird. I could have sworn I saw somebody digging shit out of that code, out of that
yeah.
website.
I'm not sure what was elicited other than confirming that it's Tony Hawk 3 plus 4.
Okay.
But yeah, no, the countdown websites are always such a weird thing.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, hey, guess what?
Hmm.
You can't guarantee that you're going to get people's attention once, much less twice. Can we end this? We will announce a thing, and announcements of announcements need to stop.
No, this is that classic 7th gen. Oh, we put a thing in a level that then makes you realize the website's there. And oh, isn't this an interesting trail we've made?
What we need to complete the stupidest thing possible, and I don't think this can happen because I don't think they're owned by the same people anymore or even remotely close. We need Dead Island 2 to get some kind of Saints Row DLC. Because the Saints Row and Dead Island crossover was teased in Saints Row 4.
What? I did.
Yeah,
not
there's
know.
like there's like something you can do to pull up like a DOS command screen, and like it'll type like Saints Row cross Dead Island.exe, and it'll be like hit enter and be like not yet.
That would have been terrible.
So hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
I hear the PSVR 2's price dropped to $399. That's both the normal version and the bundle with Horizon Call of the Mountain, confirming that game is worthless.
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
Now lower the price of the console. Now drop the console price by $100.
Yeah.
It's funny that it took them this long.
Right. Because
They're like, every time we put it on sale, it sells. And every time we take it off sale, it literally doesn't sell a single unit. It's like, okay. And
there used to be this thing called a price drop. It would happen. I know you don't do those anymore, but please remember.
If you're interested in playing fucking video games in VR, I honestly think the PSVR 2 is the best experience. On PC, it gets a little weird because I have a cursed fucking existence when it comes to PCs, but I've also heard other people have problems, so a little bit less of a solid win there. But man, using the fucking PS5 with the PSVR 2 is it's not even close as an experience compared to using a MetaQuest, using a MetaQuest with the PC, using the PSVR 2 with the PC. Literally none of it. We also got some Deckard leaks, the Valve VR headset this week. I've honestly been holding back on talking about a lot of that stuff because I just want them to announce the bastard, but it's worth talking about just broadly. It's supposed to have the Steam Deck's APU in it. It's supposed to be a standalone unit like a MetaQuest. It is supposed to be sold at a loss and still $1,200.
Isn't the MetaQuest like
$500 for the highest end?
What?
Like unit. That's a base
not even
storage,
that selling that well.
Right. Yeah, I don't
get it. I
don't know. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me how it costs that much. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, to some extent, you're going to have a problem because then games will have to be able to be VR and at that power profile. The Steam Deck is not an absolute beast of performance. So that's really concerning. I think this is a trap for me specifically just to like, hey, don't you want to talk about it? I'm like, yeah, I'd love to edify my audience. No, I don't want to spend $1,200 on a headset that needs the games to be ported. And we don't know like how the interactivity between that and running a PC with it, you know? Like how that'll go. Like we don't know. Presumably that would go smoother than everything else, but who knows? It doesn't have base towers. It's trekking inside out. I don't know how it's $1,200. It doesn't have finger tracking like the Index does. I don't know how it's $1,200. We don't have any information as far as I know or can recall that it has face tracking. But somehow it's $1,200. It sounds like they're waiting for the software to get in place and game-wise before they ship it. But I still don't know how it's sold at a loss and $1,200.
Yeah, like the Steam Deck itself is what, $600?
Yeah, it's $600 MSRP, which is, by the way,
I think
way
there's a
too much.
$500 model.
They may have reduced the price on the base model since launch because the OLED came out.
So how is?
Let me check.
How is like the screen and everything?
There
even
is
for the
a
VR
400
that expensive?
LCD, 550 OLED, and 650 OLED.
Yeah, I don't. That
So
doesn't.
how is it $1,200?
Yeah, I don't know. That seems insane. Like, how good could these controllers and like screen be?
I mean,
like even the Steam Deck has a screen, so it's
right. Fundamentally, it can't have that good of a screen in certain ways because then it would have the power updating
right. Exactly.
that quality of screen. I genuinely do not know.
That seems impossible. Whatever. It's maybe this isn't just not going to come to fruition in this way at all. Like,
we're too far down the hole.
Oh no.
Yeah, no. This, all of these leaks have been building very substantially for a very long time now.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna happen.
Ooh. Yeah, I kind of think investing in VR at all at this point is but you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, that's how it feels.
Like as people making games or people buying a headset.
I mean, people making new VR hardware.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like,
also making games, also the consumer, frankly, unless you're really interested in VR. Like, I feel like
go ahead.
I don't know, I just feel like maybe like the number one thing, if you actually want VR to take off and become a permanent part of the tech landscape, you gotta you need a good experience that is affordable. And if Sony lowered the price of the console in conjunction with PSVR 2, we'd be closer to that.
Right. And it is worth viewing at least the price of the PS5 plus the fucking PSVR 2 is hundreds cheaper than the price I just said.
It is. I was just thinking about that. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's a PS5.
Right. That has a lot more value than a standalone ability of this headset. So I just genuinely, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Now, I say
This
this,
40% of a headset.
I don't get it. I just don't. I don't get it at all. Anyways, if I were a billionaire, I'd be throwing millions of dollars at VR chat to fucking port that shit to the PS5 so that way it would just work. Because again, I don't know how a Steam Deck APU is going to deal with the PC quality models in fucking VR chat, which is the most used VR game on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get that
PC adapter.
that shit to use at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth checking it out. It's fucking $50 to try it on your PC. Some games I'm sure you'll probably find will run. Ugh. Anyway, let's move on. Oh God.
We could do the other parts of my news.
Yeah, let's do the other parts of your news. I don't want to talk about that top thing yet.
Sure. The Grex trilogy. It's going to be out in summer. We finally got a date for it.
Okay.
They announced a new Terminator game called Terminator 2D No Fate.
Huh.
It uses pixel art graphics. It's going to be on PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. And the 2D graphics honestly look a lot like the Genesis Alien 3 game. Not that I think a lot of people have played that, but just get the idea of like, no, this looks like a tie-in game from the Genesis. This doesn't look like something you'd expect to see modern day. But yeah, there are places where you play as in the future some soldier, and also in the present is like, oh my god, I forgot the main character.
Sarah Connor?
Sarah Connor. So that looks pretty cool.
One moment. I got a picture here.
Yeah.
That's kind of nuts.
Right?
That is so...
That is awesome.
They even have the vertical striped dithering that you would expect from a Genesis.
Yeah, and like that text is Genesis. Like it is so directly that, and I'm not sure why, but I like that game, so I'll probably play it.
There's someone, a mind behind this project who's like, the peak of Terminator was the peak of the Genesis. We can't have it look any newer.
Thank God it looks better than the Genesis Terminator game then, because that thing is terrible looking.
Let's see. I see people saying they're also looking to port this to retro consoles.
Huh. Neat.
That seems to be becoming a trend lately. Is it
That's
like our
because-
indie thing actually runs on old hardware?
That's because retro gamers pay way too much for games.
They do.
That is true.
I have other Terminator 2 news. Something I don't feel like I should be able to say in 2025. They're adding the T-1000 to Mortal Kombat 1. He's out March 25th. It's actually the voice and likeness of Robert Patrick from the movie Terminator 2.
Why did they wait this long?
I have no idea.
What?
Looks really cool. Unfortunately, it still looks like he plays like a Mortal Kombat character, so it's very goofy. But he does like all the stuff you'd want him to, like turn into a pile of blob of the metal goo, turning his arms into the big spike hooks.
Cool.
Yeah.
that sounds cool. We own it for the Switch though.
I know, right?
How's that look?
Yeah.
How's that look on the Switch version? Can I get
I
that
bet
trailer?
they didn't even put it on there.
Can I get that trailer,
No,
please?
there's no way. They sold some amount of copies for that.
If you
know,
select,
David Zaslav wants them to put that shit on the Switch.
you select his character and it boots the cloud-based version of the game because they didn't want to port it. That'd be so funny.
We found out more about the Two Heart remake that's happening. It's actually coming to be out worldwide on Steam June 26th and have English language support. So that's pretty cool.
Looks like shit.
Yeah, they changed everything to 3D, which kind of looks like a lot of the comparisons
Like,
are kind of a neat change, and then they show anything animated, and it's like, oh, no, sorry. The other
Yeah,
one
I'm
was-
sorry. I'm just gonna stick to whatever version is not that.
One moment. I'm just trying to get an image on the screen. That is it?
That is it. Yeah.
That is it? Okay. Well, weirdly enough, I discovered during Big Think, as I was looking at other pictures that were near it alphabetically, I have a picture of Multi. So
But that's from the anime. That's not from the game.
That's so the game doesn't have like the full screen graphics.
It does, but it's pixelated. It's like it's pixel art because it's.
Well, I can pixelate this.
There
for
we
you
go.
if that does something.
They
for
actually
you.
released a video. Like they called themselves out. They released a video doing a graphics comparison between these two versions.
My lord, really?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, that sure looks worse in most instances. It's kind of neat though. I guess this is a way for the English-speaking audience to finally try it. Too hard.
I feel like it must have had a patch at some point, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure somebody has to have translated it, right?
Yeah, somebody in chat's talking about a patch that someone's working on right now. Hey Bob, remember that AMV Hell joke where it's like multi-kill?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Okay. Great.
You're welcome.
Bloober Team says they're making a new game using a Konami IP again.
Yeah, it's Silent Hill 3. It's Silent Hill 3 remake. That's like
What if they jump to 4?
They don't have the
they
assets.
won't because they don't have the assets for that.
Doing new stuff, which they could, I guess.
They'll just
No.
use assets from their old games.
Oh no.
No. Because that would involve changing something, and as we learned from Silent Hill 2 remake, they won't be doing that except by adding in sawdust.
God, 3's already filled with sawdust. What are they gonna do?
Well, maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll only be marginally longer than the original in 3's case.
Right?
But yeah, like it can be 3 because it's mostly the same assets, or it can be 1 because that's the one nobody cares about and nobody would get mad at them no matter what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And it could be that Konami's like, we'll do 1 and you can have more creative freedom because 2 did so well.
God, I hope it's one of these. I don't want them working on basically anything else Konami owns.
They can't make other games, so it has to be another Silent Hill. Like, they can't make an action game. They're not fucking being on Castlevania. Like, they're not transitioning to being a AAA action dev. That isn't happening.
We're making Suikoden. We got this.
Maybe
Yeah, that
they're
isn't fucking happening.
Bomberman.
That'd be funny. You know what? For shit like that, for shit like Bomberman, sure, let whoever make it. It'd be funny.
Team Bloober's reimagining of Rainbow Island.
Jesus.
You're gonna have the dinosaurs,
Is
but they
Rainbow
look
Island?
fucked
Is
up
that
in Unreal Engine.
Is that Konami?
No, wait, that's Taito, and Square ended up with them. Damn it!
Uh-huh.
Damn.
We're getting really close. We're getting really close to like Flash game territory, where like Bub and Bob are trapped in the psychological horror.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just what playing that game's like.
Man, I love Bubble Bobble. What a great
It's
fucking
so
video game.
great. Yet every time I remember what's required to actually beat it, I get really fucking mad.
Is that new thing they did any fucking good? It was from a couple of years ago.
He's
at this
talking about
point.
the VR one.
No, they did like a console version.
Oh, we're talking about that. I never bought it because it was too expensive.
Bubble Bobble 4 Friends. Oh god, that was 6 years ago at this fucking
Yeah,
point.
and it was fucking expensive.
Wow. Yeah, I bought the fully 3D one. That was bad. Maybe it would be cool in VR, but it wasn't cool. And
Spiff, who, by the way, was dragged through Secret Level by us, says, "Oh, that'd be a great level of Secret, or a great episode of Secret Level, the bubble psychological horror."
Turns out nothing would be a good level of a good episode of Secret Level.
I would say about 4 of them were good Secret Level episodes, and then that averages generously out to a 4 out of 10. I might say that.
That math doesn't make any sense, but all right.
As I said, generously.
Yeah, very generous.
Hey, not everyone's as adversely bad as the 4 good ones.
Anna Williams is coming to Tekken 8. We can't stop her.
We can't?
No.
Dope. Clearly the superior Williams sister.
I thought you were anti-Williams sisters in general.
I mean, yeah, but if I'm going to have one, that's the one I want.
So does this mean that in Celebration, it's finally time for you to play Death by Degrees?
I'm just ending the stream.
I don't even know if Anna's in that one.
This
I assume she
ends
is.
here. It ends now.
Jesus. But along with she's going to be the first character in the next season pass.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a price for the next season pass yet, but it will be just 4 characters again. She comes out March 31st if you have the pass, or April 3rd if you don't and buy her separately.
I'm not sure I have the pass. Let me ask Wooly.
Yeah, just talk with him. He'll let you know.
Okay, that's good. I'll get back to you. Live.
I mean, he'll give you one. His whole thing is I'll get you in. I'm not going to get you out.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish we got pricing for what this next season was. I'm so tired of this only 4 characters thing, though.
It's going to be $40 probably.
Probably.
But what if you bought a brand new fighting game and you didn't have to pay for the first season of characters?
Whoa.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy, right?
That'd be pretty crazy. You sound like French bread over there.
Actually, City of the Wolves is that.
Oh, yeah, they're also doing that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was 15 for City of the Wolves. No, it was 15 for Nin Impact, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, and that was absurd.
With City of the Wolves, you might have to pre-order to get that deal, though.
I mean, I'll pre-order for that deal. I want to play that game.
I mean, honestly,
we
I'm just sitting here and like we had the whole conversation of like every time I want to buy a new fighting game, it feels like they're trying to upsell me like it's a car.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous.
It
at this
feels
point.
It feels like every fucking like that's part of the reason that I've become like I always was a primarily single player game player, and now it's become that case more because a single player game isn't trying to fucking upsell me constantly.
Yeah,
it feels like every other thing is.
I end up with the executive dysfunction where I go, well, I don't know if I'm going to get the DLC. Well, then why get the game? But if I'm going to get the game, I should get the DLC, and I just end up not getting the game.
I feel like Tekken, they made it extra bad because they wouldn't even call it a season pass. They'd be like, get the deluxe upgrade.
That's true.
And they're like, it comes with all this other junk you don't want. It also the characters. And you can't buy a season pass. It's like, what are you doing, man? What's happening? You're trying to make this worse somehow?
Yes, usually most companies are trying to make things worse all the time. Like, anyway, I guess we got to talk about it now.
Mm-hmm.
Longtime listeners of Big Thing to Mention know this has been a thing we've been looking forward to knowledge on for years.
Yes.
Years. I wish there was an equal amount of energy in the positive direction to match this anticipation. Bob, you wrote it in your section, so you have to read it. I'm not saying.
Future Club announced their new game by launching a Kickstarter preview page.
Okay, so wait, the page is not launched. The
No,
campaign's
no, you
still
can-
not launched.
No,
No.
A lot of stuff does this now, where they put up the preview page and then the full campaign launches later after they've done a little bit of vetting.
Didn't we
stuff.
just talk about getting your attention
it's-
once and assuming they?
Yes, we did. We sure did.
Okay.
I think it's starting like within the next week, but I don't remember.
I'm trying to remember because the only other thing that I follow to do this are those anime releases from Anime Ego.
Mm-hmm.
And they do this, but they're such a niche market and have such a dedicated fan base that it kind of works for them.
Yeah.
And also they need to get way fewer people. Like it's a Blu-ray release of a show,
Right?
Like 5 episodes at most.
Uh-huh.
It's not a new game.
So, anyways, let's talk about this game.
The game is called Part-Time Hero. I'm broke, but I have to save the world. It's a deck builder life sim about a magical girl in her 20s. The Kickstarter page has 2 mock screenshots, a couple pieces of art, no video. They've been working on this for a year, and they don't even list any person working on it. They don't give a single name.
That you're a worker co-op. Like, I certainly hope this is just you. First, like, I don't know why. First of all, I don't know why you would do this at all if you're launching it this light. Because even if this is there will be more things when we actually launch. And it's like, you shouldn't have done this then, frankly.
Yeah, no, this does nothing but send up red flags. Like, yo, does anyone who works there, who I know that for that studio for, work there anymore? I don't know. You didn't put them here. You put nothing in the crediting people section. You just said, we have a team of animators that are great. And that's all you said.
Yeah, like, you're a worker co-op. You need to have a big, robust, here's our team section. So I know the people that I am directly supporting through this worker co-op.
You want some savage feedback? Here's some savage feedback. You, Future Club, have not made a game.
Right.
You do not, for one, you're not listing anyone. So, of course, you don't get to ride on the glory of any individual members of your team's contributions because we don't even know if they're on your team. For example, we looked up Mario Kart, right? Kinu Cakes.
Mm-hmm.
To see what her situation was. We did this off content like a week or two ago just to know, right? And her phrasing in the contributions to, the Clock Tower remake, is that she worked with Future Club games. The exact phrasing of the past tense stuff is worked with Future Club games.
I didn't even realize
she's now
Future Club was on.
I feel
remake.
like, sorry, I misphrased that. When she referred to working with Future Club, it was in the past tense.
Right.
It's now separately, she is working on the Clock Tower remake. There's no implication anywhere that she's a part of Future Club.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anyone who's a part of Future Club anymore.
Yeah, like I checked out Persona Sama, who does use Blue Sky and Twitter still.
Yeah.
And they've retweeted this project, but have not said anything about it.
Yeah,
and don't list the Future Club in their title at all. So
I don't know who's working on this.
I don't know who's.
You don't have a video of it. You put barely anything on the Kickstarter. Holy shit!
Yeah, and then it's a deck building life sim. It's like, guys, you're known for a fighting game and Indivisible, an RPG fighting game. Like, people generally expect a game in the same broad scope thing, not a deck builder. That sounds like something you're pitching to a random CEO to get greenlit because it's cheap.
Yeah, I'm fine with them doing whatever. To me, a big appeal is the art.
Mm-hmm.
So the bigger concern is who is still part of your team.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But at the same time, and again, maybe I'll just, if this launches and I'll come back and eat crow entirely if it's big and robust and has all this information.
Right.
But what it looks like to me right now and making me scared is it's like, okay, we worked on it for a year. Do you mean you kind of did you kind of figured out what it was without really starting work on it, and now you're going to be, and now this is like a Mighty Number 9 situation where it's like, well, here's what the game might look like once we start making it, because we haven't started making it for real yet at all.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody in chat saying Kiniko's LinkedIn says she left late last year. Okay.
So again,
yeah, who is working on it is extremely important.
And I'm this is going to be harsh. This is my harsh criticism. The art that we've seen so far is not up to the standard of what I would consider Future Club's previous output.
Yeah, no, compare this to any of the DLC character for Skullgirls. It's not in the same world.
Future Club produces really highly polished, good-looking art. And if you're making a life sim deck builder, you're basically making the art the primary draw.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm worried. It doesn't even seem like they have a really high quality promo art even.
Yeah, this we have been anticipating what they were going to do after the Skullgirls DLC for a very long time, and this just sends up every red flag possible. There is no promise here at all. I would not put any money on this.
Yeah, if they don't have a ton more stuff when this launches,
I don't understand.
I think they're going to be in trouble.
Why they think this is enough to put on that page. Like when I mentioned previously checking out preview pages for those anime projects, which are literally made by 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
They have a fully featured thing.
Bob, we did a Kickstarter.
You're right.
A failed Kickstarter.
Right, but we
put so much fucking effort into production materials and shit around that.
Right, but that was for a full launch. This is a preview launch. Maybe there's some different expectation.
I really do.
Because if they're sitting on a trailer, just sitting on a bunch of different artwork and a bunch of different things they can say, they're crazy for having launched this.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely nuts that this is how this goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also kind of worried because like the other thing that you could hinge this exact kind of thing on is writing. And I think that Indivisible had decent character writing that I think would work well in something like this. But then the promo thing is like, well, it has like what's the term, like an emergent story based on how you play and what you focus on. I'm like, that sounds like maybe you don't really have
no,
much of a
that sounds
story.
procedurally story driven. It's like, I don't, that's a
like
lot.
It sounds like you maybe have an ending slide once I finish a run.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm really scared that this is just going to be a very low scope project. It's not really going to have like the production values that I associate with Future Club. And then it just isn't going to do very well and they're going to disappear. I'm also worried about who still works there.
Yeah, this was so depressing when the email went out.
Yeah, because they sent an email about this like a day before they put this up.
Yeah, because they teased this for weeks. It's like, guys, this is what you were teasing? If you tease something that's another tease, you really need to get your shit together. Like, again, if they fully launch this Kickstarter and there's a bunch more information, there's a fully fleshed out, here's our team, and we get a really good idea at what this game is, and we can see that they have already actually started making it, I'll eat crow, but I'll go, why'd you do it this way?
I also wonder why they're switching to Kickstarter, because they previously used Indiegogo both times.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a bizarre choice.
Yep, really worrying.
Man, and the environment for a Kickstarter game just isn't the way it was back then.
Oh yeah, no.
Kickstarter games still like lots of games are still greenlit on or are still funded by Kickstarter, like lots. But I don't know, like maybe if they're asking for like 20K, it'll probably work out. But if they're gonna be asking for like a lot, I don't think it will.
Right.
Yeah, it's very.
Yeah.
You have a demo in those cases a lot of time, or an insane pedigree, or both. Here, there's nothing to put any faith in yet. So I think it's absolutely foolish to launch a preview Kickstarter and then later launch the actual stuff, because what's going to happen is the people who don't pay attention, they hear you launch it later, they go, oh, weird, I thought they already did. And they're not going to check back for more if there's more.
Right.
They're going to be like, that was terrible looking when I looked at it. Anyway. Let's move on to the Chris news.
Okay, there's not very much. So, Dan got scared a while back by not Ninja. Why I get Mercury Steam and Ninja Theory conflated so fucking often? I wonder
studio,
why.
Same company.
I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence that Mercury.
Other one's in Spain.
I haven't seen any evidence that Mercury Steam hates women. As much as Ninja Theory.
Okay. There we go.
There you go. I was like,
Okay,
I think I played Lords of Shadow.
I was like, I remember Mirror of Fate.
But Dan was terrified that the weird thing they were teasing was somehow a Lords of Shadow 3. It is not. It is a game called Blades of Fire. It comes out May 22nd, so it is
it's
soon.
this year. It's like close. That's my birthday.
It's running at like the cutscenes seem to be running fine, but the gameplay, the little snippets we see, are running at like 20 frames a second. It's some kind of dark fantasy action game.
Looks God of War 2018-ish. But
except there's
a
only
lot
like
jankier.
25 seconds. There's only like 25 seconds of footage, so it's hard to really identify what form the game itself takes.
Every time I hear the title. Like, wasn't that the name of that Will Ferrell movie? No, wait, that's Blades of. God damn it.
See, I think of Bound by Flame, that really bad really bad RPG made by Spiders. I think they made it.
Yeah.
See, I think of Chariots of Fire, and the obvious association with the word blades here is why I said before we started, that sounds like an ice skate racing movie.
Yeah.
It is coming out on PS5 series and the Epic Game Store exclusively. Fell for it again award 2025.
505 still taking those checks. Very excited for Bloodstained 2 to be exclusive to the Epic Game Store. How about you?
Yeah.
Surely they signed this forever ago.
Man, it is 505, and they do keep making that same mistake. Good
Why
Lord.
why would you sign an Epic deal after they say, yeah, you get no sales? You sell literally nothing on our platform. People don't buy games on our platform. We made the free game platform. We saw Xbox do it, and then we did it.
I want to see the numbers for how many people even play those games they redeem free. Like,
I've never booted a single one.
me too. Like, I
downloaded the Epic Game Store because I wanted to fuck around in Unreal Engine 4. But I have never once booted any of those games I've redeemed. I've redeemed like 10 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bob,
Yeah,
we're going to have to stream this.
of course.
No way I wouldn't do it. And I have just
At least it'll be
console for it.
professional.
It will be professional, this stream.
Or Dan,
Uh-huh.
you could make it a very special stream goal to play it. And you buy some special equipment for it.
Oh, yeah? Some sort of series of equipments to hook up to see.
want that
And whenever
PS3 experience.
some massive bloated piece of shit Unreal Engine 5 game comes out, you have the perfect hardware for it.
I'm not sure if chat's ready for the power of S. The S is for sucks.
You could even check out Avowed on it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus.
Forza Horizon 5 launches on PS5 April 29th. Indiana Jones is also supposed to be in April, even though they haven't fucking just come out and said it yet.
Why won't they say it?
They just don't want to
I
say
don't
it.
know.
Yeah, apparently
Apparently
people have
they
known
said
that
it
since
last August.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like they just won't put it on a page. But hey, Microsoft, probably spread those out a little bit.
Right?
Nope. All at once. I mean, they have so many new titles coming, they need to make room.
Each is looking bright.
And so March is a really good PS Plus month.
Oh my god.
You get Sonic Colors Ultimate, which I was gonna buy at some point.
Cool.
You get Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Cowabunga Collection, which I would have bought if it got cheap enough.
I bought
You
both
get
of them.
Dragon Age Veilguard. That game came out 4 months ago.
Man, that game sure sold great, didn't it? Like, so
I
good.
had somebody tell me that 1.4 million engagements, quote specifically engagements, isn't just like the EA Ultimate subscription. It is also Steam library share. It is also used sales because they know
Mhm.
how many people boot into a game when how many copies they've sold.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
It would also realistically include borrowing
Oh my god.
because the game would be
Uh-huh.
attached to a different PSN or Xbox Live
Yeah.
account. So that game fucking tanked. It almost certainly was sub 1 million.
Yeah. Yeah, no, if you're touting 1.4 engagement, the story is not good on the other side.
No, that is dire. 4 months. to
I
be on
almost bought
PlayStation Plus.
Veilguard in the past 2 weeks
Oh, that would be a
'Cause,
nightmare.
because Woot was like $30, and I'm like, well, I'll probably play it someday.
And, it
And now I
certainly won't just be
definitely will.
free.
Because I'll just have, I was like, it'll be free on PS Plus, but it'll probably take a year at least. This is faster than Immortals of Avium. This is faster than the Callisto Protocol. This is faster than Suicide Squad kills the Justice League. Suicide Squad kills the Justice League lost $200 million.
Chat was saying Star Wars Outlaws sold better than.
It did, almost certainly.
The game that scared Ubisoft straight sold better than this.
Yep.
Oh my god.
What an industry.
Yep.
That's it for news, right?
We also
Yeah.
had events.
Oh, what? Who dare
Oh,
throws
shit.
an event? Bob, did you watch the Annapurna thing?
I did.
Oh, okay.
So I can roll through these real quick.
Sure, let's go.
They announced Wheel World is coming out this summer. It's a bicycle game with a cel shaded art style. Look pretty cool. Wandersop is coming out March 11th, which I guess came up earlier. That's the thing that has this demo right now. It's going to be a PS5, PC, and Xbox, which apparently Xbox wasn't announced. So Xbox Series console support for that now. Skin Deep is another one with the demo out now. It looks really neat. It's using the Doom 3 engine and has a cartoony look to it.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah. Geometric Interactive, which is the people who made Cocoon.
Okay.
They're working on a new game. They don't want to announce anything. But hey, new game's coming. Lushful Photography Sim is out April 15th. This game looks really weird. It's apparently made by one dude, and it looks like somehow they're using photographs to turn into some sort of walkable space. And then it's about taking pictures. It might just be a bunch of just work geometrically to make really high-res environments that look like they're melting.
Yeah, like it doesn't look real. Like the stuff that was on screen does not look like a video game. I don't. Like it looked like it was computer generated. It didn't look like a video game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it looks strange. Far Away is
It's Lush Foil, not Lushful.
Oh, is it? Lush?
That's what all these websites are saying.
Okay, I guess I just like the logo must have confused me and I saw you.
I'm just needing to check this out. I need to see exactly what's going on here with these visuals. Huh.
Yeah, everything looks kind of like it's melting. It's weird.
Yeah, I bet it's going to come out that this game doesn't use like normal polygons.
Right.
It uses SDFs. Yeah, this looks great visually. Like it's really fascinating. Dope.
Far Away is out this year. We don't know exactly when, but this is the constellation puzzle game that took inspiration from Tetris and is about making constellations. It looks pretty cool. I'm excited for how that goes.
I mean, inspiration is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that description.
Yes, it doesn't look like
Tetris was good.
It's like he just wants to say that he made a puzzle game centered around replayability. That's basically the only connection. To a T, which is the next game from the
Keita
Katamari.
Takahashi, the Katamari Damacy guy.
Yes. It's out May 28th, so it's pretty close. They put out a new trailer that is just a song, which I believe the song is from Rebecca Sugar, is what I was seeing some places say.
Shit. Really? Huh.
It's
That makes sense.
music video
That does.
about this giraffe humanoid character. It's very funny.
Cool.
Yeah, like that trailer is worth the whole show.
Yeah, no, they ended it on that pretty much.
Dope.
Yeah, I thought it was funny because I think somebody from Digital Extremes was like, "Yeah, I played this," and I'm like, God, it's like Keita Takahashi. What inspires you to make such weird, quirky games? He's like, "Thought this was a normal one."
God, his little interview bits in this show were amazing. He's like, "Yeah, I'm here because somebody told me I had to be here."
And then he's like, "Why are you taking your shoes off? Are you filming me taking my shoes off?" I am. Is that a problem? It's like, oh, okay.
All right.
They also threw in Morsels is out in 2025. I believe that was a roguelike where you play as a disgusting looking little creature that transforms. And then they announced that Sayonara Wild Hearts is getting a PS5 version. That comes out now. It's out. It has a new game mode designed around PS5 where it loads instantly between different levels.
Cool.
So that's neat.
Yeah, I hear good things about
I
that
read
game.
this
Still
like
haven't
3
played it.
times, and I'm like, oh, that isn't that hunting game.
Yeah, I do it every time.
Oh my
Because that is
god.
That
That's
is
just Wild
just
Hearts.
Wild Hearts.
Yeah, that is just Wild Hearts.
When you said hunting game, I was like, Cabela's? They made a new one?
Yeah, they made a new Cabela's. It's called
Man.
Sayonara, you fucking deer.
Where's Cabela's VR? I'll buy the orange plastic
Yes,
accessory.
100% make it, please.
And then we got the Pokemon Presents.
I thought it was presents. Oh.
You want me to go through this one too?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. They're making new episodes of Pokemon Concierge.
Cool.
That show is really good. Definitely check it out. The first 4 episodes are apparently up for free on YouTube now. So if you don't have Netflix, you need to watch them there. And the next season comes out in September. So yeah, really cool stop motion Pokemon thing. Go check it out. They did a bunch of updates for mobile games, just like all the mobile
Like the
games.
TCG one.
The trading card game, the Pokemon Unite, the one where you run a little cafe. All of them had some sort of update. The
Cool.
Master Sex, you know,
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
all those.
Wow.
They announced Pokemon Champions, which is a new game for phones and Switch.
Whoa.
That's like Pokemon Stadium, where it's just entirely focused on doing Pokemon battles, but it's playable online against other real people. And it works with Pokemon Home, so it will be like all the Pokemon.
Which I think I saw you can bring stuff from Pokemon Go into Pokemon Home.
I think that's
yes,
right.
because you can go to home to this. Yes.
So the stuff you get in Pokemon Go, they're whole real ass Pokemon with all the numbers and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So they say.
Huh.
So that's neat. They didn't show any like real gameplay. I don't think it was all
It's kind of just a
CG.
hype trailer
Right.
and stuff. Yeah.
There's a whole lot of like, this guy getting sucked into the TV does not represent actual gameplay.
Damn it.
The TV
when will I
lost.
find the game that sucks me?
like go back and watch that trailer. Look at how many versions of that sentence they cycle through on the bottom of the screen.
They announced that Latin American Spanish will be available at the launch of Pokemon Z to A and in Champions.
Cool.
So that's neat.
I was surprised to learn that wasn't already a thing.
I know,
Right?
right? Very surprised. But I think, what was it? There was a thing with Scarlet Violet that was about how the localization didn't understand that this thing they had a character say was slang for something insanely like rude or lewd.
I remember that
Latin
coming
American
out.
Spanish. That was very funny.
And then, of course, they closed it out with the Pokemon Legends Z to A, like, information trailer.
I was like, okay, cool. And they're like, don't worry, we have mega evolutions. And I'm like, I never did worry. Why did you say that?
People love Mega
I
Evolutions.
mean, you can give 'em- I mean, I think they're a cool idea. You can try them again.
But it's got a large explorable city. There's wild zones where you go catch Pokemon. And Az runs a hotel. And I guess they just call him AZ now. I always thought it was
Yeah.
Az.
Look, it looks like well, I mean, visually it looks like shit, but
Yeah.
it'll probably be a pretty cool game, and maybe almost certainly be in my top 10. I
Yeah.
hope there's a Switch 2 native version.
Right? Like,
That'd be nice.
it's got the real-time stuff from the previous Legends game, so you actually do show out the Pokeballs and directly at the monsters, and you have to like real-time dodge in combat.
It does look cool.
And of course, it comes out late this year, and there's new Hex Maniac design,
What?
Maybe.
Allegedly.
allegedly.
That could be an actual character.
It could be an actual character.
They might even be somebody's mom.
What?
This is explicitly a sequel to Gen 6. So
Is that so? They've said it's directly after. Oh,
Yeah.
That's depressing because that means they just gave sections of the city to the Pokemon. Those people had to be evicted from those streets so that way the streets could run wild with these Pokemon.
It's okay. It was already like they'd already abandoned them because the city was just left in ruin.
Is turning a neighborhood into a Pokemon preserve gentrification?
No, I think it's the opposite, actually.
I don't know. Given that it's Pokemon in the Pokemon universe, I'm gonna say it probably should qualify. I feel like it could really qualify.
I think it's funny that that people keep posting that exact picture of her like she's being quirky and doing the ghost arms out thing, but she's chasing her fucking Pokemon and got away.
Yeah, she's been chasing the Pokemon this whole fucking podcast. Huh? You just calm down.
But yeah, it looks real neat. I'm really not the biggest fan of how Scarlet and Violet and by extension this looked, although I understand that was to let it run it all on the potato that is the Switch.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I keep seeing comparisons like, why does it look as good as Splatoon? And I was like, Splatoon's that one street.
Yeah, like, what the
isn't.
fuck, guys? Hey, guess what? Splatoon has like 8 people in it and is the size of like a gym.
Whoa.
Compare it to Xenoblade. Come on. Get together.
Yeah. Looks much higher fidelity than Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
I think they said this is coming out in September.
They didn't say September. They said late this year. In the Japanese
Japan
direct.
Said fall.
Yeah, Japanese direct said fall.
Ah.
Okay.
Which could be October still.
Yeah.
That's still fall. But yeah,
Launch title.
I think the Switch 2 will be out first.
I sure hope the Switch 2 is out by then. Well, before
we might have had something on Game of the Year about how we all hope that the Switch 2 isn't fucking Q4.
Right.
Yeah. I'm really excited for this. I think it's probably going to be really great. You can tell they were allowed to cook a game for once.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Like
great
even with the lower fidelity than something like Sword and Shield, it's like I'll take lower fidelity. It looks done.
Yeah,
it looks markedly more done than any mainline Pokemon game they've released since Sun and Moon.
Yeah, they didn't announce it. Oh yeah, Gen 8 or Gen 9 is also in development and right around the corner. So we know that they have a little bit more freedom.
That's good.
It'd be Gen 10, wouldn't it?
It was.
I was like, I don't remember the numbers, okay?
Bob's like, I know I just outed myself as a fake fan, but get off my fucking ass.
I mean, I could believe them having Gen 10 next year if it's a different team entirely.
I don't want to imagine that, though, is my thing. I want them to spend a long time baking shit because, oh man, we just got out of a really rough period of them turning out way too many Pokemon games.
Right?
Yeah, I still don't know what was up with them releasing Legends 1 and Gen 9 in the same year. That was excessive.
That's insane. And then you had Pokemon Let's Go on top of all the... It was so nonstop.
That was the same time as the Diamond and Pearl remake.
Yeah, it was like...
That was almost the same year.
It was like
Wasn't Let's Go year 1? Like, yeah,
Let's Go was like
earlier
year 1 than Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. But what I'm saying is it was like year, 2 in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, what are you doing?
There have been...
Bro.
Let's see. Remake, Scarlet and Violet, Sword and Shield. Yeah, there was 5... There has been... Including this, there will have been 6 big-scale Pokemon, main-ish Pokemon games on the Switch. That's a fucking lot.
Yeah.
That's more than the DS.
Yeah, it is.
That's more than the DS if we count Diamond and Pearl and Platinum as 2 different ones.
Whoa. But Chris, no one fucking played Platinum. I found out. It's just
I
me.
played Platinum.
Oh, okay. It's you and me? That's great.
In fact, I explicitly did not get those Diamond and Pearl remakes because, like, why the fuck isn't it Platinum? Fuck you. What are we doing here?
Really, it's dog shit. This is the problem, you see. It's just from the ground up. Those fucking remakes are terrible.
Yeah, I sure hope they never do that again.
They better not fucking do that to 5th gen. I would prefer literally nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Just give me nothing. Delicious nothing. Anyways, that's it. Podcast over.
Yeah, we did it.
Yep. Bob and I are going to be streaming. We forgot to mention this earlier. Oops.
We did.
We're going to be streaming Shadow of the Colossus tomorrow. What a great fucking video game.
Wow.
It's such a fucking good time. Gah!
Which one?
The original, because the PS3 version's physics are fucked up.
Mm.
And the
What about
PS4,
the PS4
version
version?
changes. Well, see, I'm cool with playing that, but then I thought about it in the context of what we've been doing. And it's really weird to be like, Zone of the Enders 2 is touched up,
but that's the original like art style, and he was really close to the original assets. Ninja Gaiden's just running in 4K, and Devil May Cry 3 is running in 1080p and has no upgrades at all. So it feels really weird to go, and here's the PS4 version.
Yeah, I understand.
Fits in perfectly. And the frame rate on this is going to be great.
Oh, it's going to be so chunky, dude. Oh, hell yes.
How many eagles will you grab?
At least one, or I'll die trying.
Right.
This is going to be great. I really love this game. Let's see how I feel about that 10 out of 10 I gave the game. And then my editor-in-chief's like, you sure? I hear there are these problems. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. It's a perfect video game. Fuck you. That was a fun time.
PS2 did have some stuff for it's like, yeah, give it a 10.
I'm like, this is a
Just do
10.
it.
You know how I know it's a perfect video game? Point out something that's doing what it's doing, but better. Oh, wait. Oh, you didn't find anything because it's one of a kind and amazing? I forgot this game has a progressive scan mode and widescreen.
Oh, yeah, it does.
So generous. Thank you, Team Eco.
Man, and they are making a new thing. Thank God. I'm so excited for whatever that is.
I refuse to be excited for a game made by Fumito Ueda anytime near him announcing it.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's more of like in the future. In 30 years, we can play it.
Christmas of Robot Futures Past is going to tell us about how the game will have maybe come out. Anyways, hey, Chris, again, you're doing your birthday party on Saturday.
Saturday, Sunday, just gonna stream every day until I'm dead.
Okay.
Or the following Thursday. At which point I will continue to stream at a normal pace after that to finish whatever goals are left, there will surely be a lot.
But that's gonna do it for this episode of Big Think Dimension. Hey, Agro, what are you up to?
I've taken recently to falling asleep while clutching a 8x10 glossy photo of a sparrow, and really trying to focus on centering my chakras in order to allow me to levitate while sleeping, so that if the neighborhood I'm in ever floods, I'll be able to just sort of skim across the surface and out into the ocean and never awaken again. Now that I have left the anchoring point where my chakra was centered, I will drift forever several feet above the surface of the ocean, serene and perfect forever.
Oh, I was thinking about doing that too. Let me know how that works out for you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Think Dimension. Big Think Dimension is possible because of you and your support over on patreon.com/gbpodcast, where you can get tunes, email, and so much more. Like the movie Isolation 119. You can watch other stuff. I'll let you watch whatever's over there. I'll let you do that. It's patreon.com/gbpodcast.